All right, everyone. We are here on Tuesday, April 6th, 2021 for the regular monthly business meeting of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and ask Clerk Spratland to begin with a roll call.
Davenport.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
Link. Wright.
Present.
Denson.
Here.
Hoover.
Present.
Edwards.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thornton.
Here.
Hamby.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Earlier this evening, we were in executive session. I do need a motion to exit executive session.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Myers and a second from Commissioner Denson to exit executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. And I also need a motion to close our special called session.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Myers, second from Commissioner Houle. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All right. Thank you. So special called session is closed. I next have minutes of meetings from Tuesday, March 2nd, Tuesday, March 9th, and Tuesday, March 16th. Commissioner Houle, I believe you identified a couple of amendments to those minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, a few, mostly minor. One is the March 2nd minutes. We had actually modified in our motion to approve them the minutes of a couple of the February meetings that I didn't see changed in the minutes as of a half an hour ago when they were posted online. So a couple of those are in the February 2nd meeting, the details around the vote on the Axon contract, and that the motion was made by Commissioner Myers and seconded by Commissioner Wright instead of by Commissioner Wright with the second by Commissioner Parker. And then also that former Commissioner Herod was not in attendance at the February 2nd meeting. So if those could be adjusted still as part of this motion, that was part of last month's. And then in the March 9th minutes, I'm not sure if we add attendees who join after the roll call for executive sessions, but Commissioners Davenport and Edwards were present for that. They just happened to, I think, get on the call a couple minutes after the roll call. And on March 16th, the motion to enter executive session, as I recall, was made by Commissioner Wright with a second by Commissioner Edwards, and not by myself and Commissioner Denson. Not that it's entirely important, but nonetheless accurate. So I make a motion to approve with those amendments, if I may get a second.
Second.
All right. I have a motion from Commissioner Houle, second from Commissioner Edwards. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Hearing none, motion carries, and those minutes as modified are approved. Madam Clerk, do we have any written communications this evening?
No, we don't have any tonight. Thank you.
All right. Before we move on with business, we are fortunate because Jessica Reynolds from the Department of Community Affairs is with us because our Downtown Development Authority has reached a new milestone. So, Jessica, I'm going to go ahead and turn things over to you. Good evening.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can everybody hear me okay? Yes,
yeah,
perfect. Thank you. Thank you guys for having me join you tonight. My name is Jessica Reynolds, and I serve as the Director for the Office of Downtown Development at the Georgia Department of Community Affairs. As the Office of Downtown Development, we manage the Georgia Main Street program, and I have the pleasure of working with 118 cities across the state, with each of these cities dedicated to the growth of their historic commercial district. And as you are aware, the Main Street approach provides a balanced path towards revitalization with a focus on economic development in the context of historic preservation. In partnership with the National Main Street Center, our participating cities are required to meet 10 standards during their annual assessment process in order to become an accredited Main Street America city. During this assessment process, we work as a team to identify communities which have gone above and beyond to consistently excel in each of these 10 standards. These cities are lovingly referred to as GEMS, or our Georgia's Exceptional Main Streets. And it is because of the Athens Downtown Development Authority's commitment to excellence and stable leadership that I am here joining you tonight virtually this evening to congratulate you in the city of Athens on becoming our newest 2021 GEMS designated community. Yay!
Right.
And I did a little math for you guys today, just some quick calculations. But over the past 3 years, downtown Athens has seen $118 million of private public investment happening downtown. Seen 48 new businesses opening, creating 328 net new jobs. And additionally, your Main Street program has attracted almost 300,000 people downtown through civic events alone. And that's not including all the fun stuff with football games and things like that. And I will say that that 300,000 impact is really basically 2 years, because we all know COVID kind of, threw a little bit of a monkey wrench in our ability to have a party outside with other people. But that is truly incredible. And to recognize the City of Athens and the Athens Downtown Development Authority, I'm excited to inform you that we will be gifting you a gateway sign recognizing your new designation, and it will read, "Welcome to Downtown Athens, a Georgia's exceptional Main Street city." Now, this is the part usually in person during the presentation that I would hold up the sign and be like, yay, but it's virtual, so we're not going to do that. But I will make sure you guys get it. And I just want to say thank you guys for all your support and your commitment to downtown. Thank you to Linda and David and the board. It has been such a pleasure working with them and working with your community to see how committed they are to this process, to revitalizing the district, to really engaging with the business owners. It's a level that I've never seen before in the past 10 years that I've been at the state. And so I truly have to commend them and their work and their commitment to success. It has been incredible to watch and to be a part of. And so just thank you guys for your support and continued support and appreciation. And I just can't wait to see what the future holds for downtown Athens. I'm excited.
Jessica, thank you so much, and all of your colleagues at the Department of Community Affairs. We absolutely invite you to come in person as soon as you would like. We will make sure that any of us can get photographed with that sign with you.
Absolutely.
And absolutely, thanks so much to David and Linda and to the staff at the Downtown Development Authority. Even amidst this very last challenging year, I agree, they've been at the forefront of attracting new business and continually making downtown an ever better place to be and enjoy. So we thank you so much. So congratulations.
All
Good to
right.
have you with us.
Yeah, congratulations. Thank you, guys.
All right, everybody. We are going to move on to our planning and zoning items. There is the opportunity for live in-person input on planning and zoning items in the chamber, as well as opportunity for input via telephone or computer, as with all of our planning and zoning items. And the first item of business, item 1, regards 100 Newton Bridge Road. And so I'm going to ask public information if there's anybody in the chamber who'd like to speak to this item.
Come on up.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ed Lane. I'm an engineer with Smith Planning Group, located at 1022 12 Oaks Place. It's good to see you all, and I'm excited to be speaking on behalf of the General Time Project tonight. This is a unique and ambitious project with exciting implications for Athens, and in particular, this north side of Athens where it's located. And I know this is not the first time that a big, exciting project has come before you, only to later fail to materialize. So I wanted to first mention some things that have already happened at this site. And this project is already underway. The renewal of this old abandoned factory and environmental hazard that renewal is already underway. Over the last 3 years, over $15 million have been invested in this property. This included an extensive environmental cleanup project that finally this year resulted in large portions of the site being delisted from the EPD's database. That's a big win for the environment in Athens and a 50-year-old problem that is on its way to being rectified now. Over 100,000 square feet of office and warehouse space has been redeveloped. And by year's end, hopefully bringing 450 jobs with it. The site's been retrofitted with various water quality treatment ponds and other site infrastructure improvements. And the developer is eager to continue this steady incremental progress of improving this site to ultimately achieve the long-range goal of revitalizing this site into a vibrant mixed-use destination, and along with it, this entire corridor. There's already a confluence of momentum in this area with Chase and Barber improvements and other things. And we believe that General Time is a catalyst to help make it all a reality. We're grateful for the flexibility so far that staff and Planning Commission has allowed to be incorporated into the PD as it relates to parking minimums and uses. We believe that for this project to be successful, it needs some of that flexibility to be a unique project like that. As a follow-up to the email that I circulated to the commission on Monday, sorry about the late notice on that, but we are requesting a motioned commission-defined option to remove the Planning Commission condition, which restricts trucking between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m., just because that condition would impact the existing contract with Terrapin on that site, and it would create a problem. So we respectfully ask for your approval tonight so that we can continue this momentum and bring this project to life. Thank you for your time, and Mr. De Rojas from the Development Group and myself would be glad to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. We really appreciate it. All right, is there anybody else to speak to 100 Newton Bridge?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right. This is in District 3. Commissioner Link, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you for my patience. I got in through my phone here. And the applicant for laying the project and the long list of benefits that it's bringing to the community. There are environmental benefits, a great deal of economic benefits. There are a lot of good paying jobs that are coming out of this project. And the housing, it was kind of an afterthought. I mentioned the need for this kind of moderate workforce housing pretty early on when the developers first approached me several years ago, and they worked that into the project. So I thank them for that. It does fulfill a need in the community, and I totally respect the Planning Commission's concerns about the trucking disturbance, but I also respect the fact that the industrial uses are already happening on site, and putting this condition on and retroactively can certainly pose a problem. I hope that everyone will understand the reasonableness of the request to override that Planning Commission recommendation. This is a mixed-use project on an industrial site. Any folks moving into that project very much know what they're getting into, and they're seeking to live in that vibrant, active environment. I do trust that the developers will do everything they can to mitigate any trucking noise from the housing on site. But I feel like the request is reasonable, especially considering that the current use is currently underway. So I'd like to motion that we accept this application, overriding that recommended condition from the planning department, and allow the existing contract with Terrapin to stand.
Got a motion from Commissioner Link. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Link and a second from Commissioner Wright. Any further input?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Parker.
Thank you. So when we were discussing a rezone in the Lexington Road area, particularly within the airport overlay zone. One recommendation with regards to noise abatement that had been brought to us might similarly apply here with regards to specifying the increase in exterior wall thickness that helps with some of the noise concerns at night. And I wondered if something like that here would also be of interest to Commissioner Link. I know that, we want to believe that folks will, do their best to ensure that we're, working towards a good quality of life for the folks that are living there. But I would feel most comfortable if we could get something in writing to sort of guarantee that some of that work would be done to that end.
Well, I'd like to ask the attorney if we could potentially add, as part of the condition that the applicant will utilize highest quality noise abatement materials and plantings, certainly make the most significant effort to abate the trucking on the adjacent side of the building.
I think that would be an appropriate amendment. I wonder if anybody from staff is on who could speak to that from Planning and Zoning Commission.
No, Planning Director Griffin is on.
I just, it's a fairly loosely worded condition. I mean, when they get to the point of building, I don't know what maximizing necessarily means from an enforcement standpoint. There was some specific language, I think, that had been crafted in advance of the Lexington Road project and discussed with the applicant. In this case, to my knowledge, none of this has been discussed with the applicant. And it may be something that they could address, but I think it would be difficult without more detailed language for us to really adequately enforce it.
I do know that applicant is in the chamber. Certainly be glad to hear from the applicant about any prospects that they perceive for noise abatement. I don't know if Mr. Lane could speak to that. And I think a staff member may have to unmute your mic. It'll take just a second. There you go. Go ahead, Ed.
All right. We do have a landscape buffer there that is intended both for visual screening and for noise. Now, as far as a material that would be used on that side of the wall, I don't know if the developer would be amenable to that. I guess it would depend like what exactly is the material. If there's I think that would be the detail that would need to be in the condition.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Houle? Go ahead, Commissioner Parker.
Oh, just to finish, if I may. Commissioner Lake, I just forwarded you the specifications that were used in that previous project. If you are interested in pursuing those for this particular project, I just wanted to make that available to you. But yeah, that's all.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad you found that, Commissioner Parker. I was digging through my notes. I was like, where the heck was that? But I guess for the benefit of the public and the developer, if they're considering this moving forward, it was basically holding wall thickness and the density of materials within those walls to a higher standard in accordance with like the international standards for those regulations. Georgia's are a bit more lax, and that's one way of providing stronger weatherization, and it has the benefit of providing a stronger sound barrier. So it's good for sustainability and sound mitigation. I don't feel like we need to make that a condition of approval here. So I'm happy to support Commissioner Link's proposal, but I would love to see that incorporated into this if that's possible, if the developer is able to do that. And that's also part of what I'd like to see this body consider moving forward if we're able to, at some point, hopefully sooner than later, look at a sustainable building policy that applies to zoning and planning projects outside of our own county's projects. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other input on this item? I believe there is go ahead, Commissioner Denson, and then I'll have Attorney Drake read the ordinance.
Okay, thanks. I think Commissioner Link is trying to speak again too, but my question, and I guess this could be a question to Mr. Lane. But with the Greenway extension, which I know we discussed somewhat during the agenda setting session, can we have it put in here that is going to be built in this phase? That's something I felt like was a little bit vague. I know it wasn't the full PD, but can we actually have that Greenway extension built in this phase? Is that already intended, or?
So I think there is not a set phase right now. So there's some things that have already been redeveloped on site, and then this binding site plan kind of lays out the full build out, but it does not specify what phase would happen next. So I'm not sure what that condition would look like, if it would just be with the next phase, but there's no language right now in the narrative that includes phasing.
Okay. I guess the question then would be, without phasing, is there a timeline when that would be? Because I would like to see that prioritized in this development, especially since we have residential being built here, and we want to definitely have those residents to be able to get non-motor vehicle transportation around there. That, I guess my inclination is for it to push for us to have that Greenway built at the same time the residential component is built.
Gotcha. I think that makes sense. And the other thing that to maybe consider is if the residential doesn't happen, so either the portion of the Greenway is attached to the residential, or when the Chase and Barber Street work bring those multimodal connections to this site, I think any permit that would be pulled after that, I think should then extend that Greenway. Does that make sense? Because right now, even if the residential were built now, it still would not necessarily bring the full connection into downtown and these other corridors. So just for consideration.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I guess my friendly amendment or suggestion to Commissioner Link would be for us just to have that Greenway extension tied to either of those components, as Mr. Lane said, with either the residential being built or the connection being finalized along Barber Street, Jerry Pack Road, which we're talking about.
Commissioner Link?
So the Greenway connection from the property to the existing Greenway, is that what we're talking about?
As I understand it, would traverse the property and connect to the intended multi-use trail at the corner of Dairy Pack.
Okay, we're talking about that. Okay. I'm willing to amend which that connectivity be in. I'm thinking, is this what you're getting at, Tim? You want that connectivity to be online when the housing comes online?
Yes, and I think to Mr. Lane's point, if the residential doesn't actually come about, either by the time the residential comes online, or when that connectivity is drawn out along the Barber Street project that we're doing, whichever comes first, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. So that the on-site connectivity come online either when the housing comes online or when the public infrastructure comes online, either or, whatever is first.
Is that acceptable as an amendment, Commissioner Link?
Yeah, that's acceptable. And I do have some language to deal with acoustical concerns if we want to entertain that. Thanks to Commissioner Parker for sending this.
Commissioner Wright, just as the seconder, I just want to make sure, is that connectivity okay with you? Okay.
It is, and the only thing I was wondering is if it wanted to be attached to the certificate of occupancy, but it sounds like since there's two different forms of it, it's coming along the same concept without that, right, Tim? Yeah. Okay. Yep. I'm good with. Keep going.
Okay. I'm on multiple devices There's some a little scattered. So the language I'm looking at that we had included in a previous project that had these concerns. We're looking for insulation with a density equal to greater than 2.0 pounds per cubic foot, with an exterior wall thickness to a nominal 6 inches rather than the required 4 inches. And requiring that the insulation not be low density batts with a poor acoustical performance. So the high acoustic performance, 6-inch walls, 2 pounds per cubic foot. It sounds like that is the standard from the International Energy Conservation Code. Does that sound acceptable?
I'm gonna pull my second and let somebody else tag along, because this is getting a little more complicated for me for a commission defined option for a plan with that.
Fine for just the wall that's adjacent to the trucking corridor.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Necessary to require it for the whole project, but to ensure that the corridor along the trucking drive does have some additional acoustic protection.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. I think that's probably helpful for the applicant as well.
And from my understanding, what is that trucking corridor, the highway name or something that I can...
It's internal, the project. It's the access.
So it's the it's the drive aisle adjacent to the Power Partners property. Anything else, Commissioner Link?
I think that's it. I hope that meets everyone's concerns, and I have high confidence that the developer would intend to do everything in their power to mitigate any noise disturbance, anyways, for the good of their tenants.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. But before I kind of move on to other input, let me just make sure Attorney Drake reads the ordinance. So that's done, and we've crossed that legal bridge.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to rezoning a parcel of land comprising approximately 35.12 acres located at 100 Newton Bridge Road from I Industrial to EOPD Employment Office Plan Development and for other purposes.
Thank you for doing that, Chad. I appreciate it. Commissioner Myers.
I just wanted if Commissioner Link could review or someone the wording on the trail addition or wording. I was busy looking to try to find that in the plan submitted by the general time people here. And I just wanted to clarify what that was.
So it would be that the multimodal trail across the property is completed either when the residential use comes online or when the public sector trail to the intersection of Dairy Pack and Newton Bridge is built, whichever comes first.
Okay, so we're talking about the whole multi-trail, not multi-use trail, not just the one that goes down to the Greenway. We're going the one that goes along Newton Bridge Road as well.
Is that your intent, Commissioner Link? You're talking about the trail that parallels Newton Bridge?
Yeah, to assure that the connectivity to the public infrastructure is in place as soon as possible.
Is there any way to make that, to put the wording in there so the planning for that works with our transportation and public works training? Because we haven't made the decision yet on the multi-use versus the street version. And I just would like to make sure that they work together. Is there something that should be done at this point or not?
They have a binding plan. So kind of the way a plan development would work, that they essentially have to build what is drawn. I don't know, Brad, if you could speak at all to kind of the typical staff expectation if there's a multi-use path kind of on a plan.
Well, let me clarify too what I'm talking about, Kelly, here and Mayor, and that if we, right now the original plan presented to us was for a two-way bike lane on the right side as you go downtown. And so at this point, you'd be going from that onto this multi-use trail or not using it. And I just wanted to clarify what was going on there. If they would have to do the multi-use trail, or they'd be able to work with us for the two-way trail if that was an option. Or
I would word it as, any improved bike ped public infrastructure.
okay. So that there'd be room for it to work with what we're doing for the rest of the project.
The flexibility, whether we do a multi-use trail, a sidewalk, or on-street bike lanes.
Yeah. I'd be good with
Brad,
that.
is there anything you'd want to add?
I mean, I'd be more comfortable talking with the applicant about it. I mean, typically with these PDs, the system that is shown on the plan that you have in front of you would be the one that, would be, that we would ask for them to be built unless it was specifically conditioned to do something else.
We're talking about the public aspect of it. There's the details of the public infrastructure connecting to this project have not been worked out, and there's some discussion as to whether there'll be on-street bike lanes or a mixed-use path. That's what we're talking about, the wording. The project, the trail on the PD, I think is pretty clear and set.
Well, then, I guess what's important to note is that the public project in any iteration terminates at that corner of Dairy Pack and Newton Bridge. And in any of the versions presented to us at our recent work session, doesn't cross onto this property. Certainly my recommendation would be to sort of let the trail on this property simply be there as illustrated and as ultimately built by the earlier language that you discussed.
Is that cleared up?
Yeah, I guess it's cleared up that we're sticking with this, and then if it would be a multi-use trail along Newton Bridge Road and we had something different, we could either, we'll just make it work that way at our end. We wouldn't make any requirements on the developer.
So to clarify, Mr. Mayor, there's three changes. One is to remove the planning commission restriction that's in section 3 related to the hours of operation of
truck
traffic. Yes, sir. And then also number 2, that the what we call the greenway extension, which is actually the trail that's shown on the plans on the plan development plans, will be built at the same time as the residential component of the plan development, or constructed whenever the public infrastructure trail is completed, whichever shall occur first. Did we want that in there, that whichever shall occur first? I heard you say it one time, Mayor, but I don't know, is that something where everybody wants, or we don't want that?
Is that correct, Commissioner Link?
I believe so. The intent is to see that multi-use path infrastructure is completed as soon as possible, whether it's, with the completion of the housing or the completion of the adjacent public and mixed use or bike ped infrastructure.
So yeah, that's correct, Attorney Drake.
And then that the drive aisle adjacent to the property, that we have those sound criteria, and that for that exterior wall only facing the drive aisle that Commissioner Link read, I'll need to get that specific detail so I can put that in the condition. If you'll send that to me, Commissioner Link.
Okay.
I wasn't able to copy it down verbatim. I heard you read it and you were very clear, but I didn't get all that verbatim.
I'll pull that paragraph and forward it to you.
But just on that wall, the exterior wall is facing that court, that drive, which y'all refer to as a drive aisle, correct? Which is the
access for the trucking.
On the letter from Mr. Lane, it calls it the North Access Drive.
Okay, thank you, North Access Drive. That's very helpful. Thank you.
All right. Everybody good? All right. Motion from Commissioner Link. I have a second from Commissioner Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Hearing none, motion carries. And we will move on to item number 2, concerning 255 and 295 Research Drive. I know that we do have applicants signed up for the 10-minute segment of time here. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to public information. And they may need to manually unmute that microphone in the chamber.
Are you doing that, Mr. Mayor? Why don't I go ahead and read the ordinances? Or is
Go ahead, Attorney Drake.
Okay, an ordinance to amend the code. There's two ordinances with respect to this. The first one is an ordinance to amend the code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to amending the official future development map of Athens-Clarke County by changing the designation of two parcels of land comprising approximately 6.441 acres located at 255 and 295 Research Drive from an employment center to mixed density residential and for other purposes. The second is an ordinance to amend the code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to rezoning two parcels of land comprising approximately 6.441 acres located at 255 and 295 Research Drive from COPD commercial office plan development to RM1 mixed density residential zoning with conditions and for other purposes. So there's an amendment to the future land use map that'll have to be voted on, Mr. Mayor, and a rezoning.
Thank you for that, Attorney Drake. Good evening. You go ahead and begin.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for taking the time this evening to hear our request to rezone 255 and 295 Research Drive. My name is Jeff Koon. I'm a partner at Stratus Development Group. The project Knoll Creek is a set of 28 condominiums set in a townhome style with low bedroom counts and 30% less density than current zoning allows. We are aiming to provide an affordable yet quality solution to the high cost of housing in Athens and are including a binding site plan with the rezone to ensure that a shared vision for the property is maintained. The site in question is approximately 6.5 acres along Research Drive on Athens' east side. Currently, the site is zoned commercial office, which allows for 16 beds per acre and nearly 200,000 square feet of office space. Our request is actually to downzone to a less intensive use. The development is eco-focused with additional tree canopy preserved and larger stream buffers than is required by code. Site design thoughtfully integrates into existing topography of the site. Our project is aimed to create a boutique community feel with amenities aimed at a postgraduate audience such as additional green space, nature trails, a community garden, and a fire pit. The only need for a rezone here is to exclude a commercial component on the ground floor, which is proven to be neither wanted by the market or the neighboring residents. Surrounding Knoll Creek is a number of complementary uses, including multiple workforce housing communities. The Seasons development across the street from the site has issued a letter of full support. Our proposed development neither displaces any current residents nor negatively impacts traditional single-family neighborhoods. Estimated traffic is 90% less than what could be allowed via current zoning. The site is walkable to employment centers and the YWCO. It is on existing bike lanes, lays only 500 feet from an upcoming Greenway connection, and there are 3 Athens transit stops within an 8-minute walk of the site. Finally, Knoll Creek fills a void in the Athens housing market. Currently, there is only a 1-month supply of housing available on the Athens MLS, as opposed to a 6-month supply that is considered normal. The community aims to cater to a missing middle audience. The community is not luxury, not student-focused, and does not rely on government subsidies. Unit quality and floor plans will be similar to developments such as Glenview and Lakewood, but at much lower price points. The units will be offered on a flexible basis for either sale or lease, with price points targeting the mid-200s versus other new construction that currently averages $439,000 in Clarke County right now. I looked last night. There's only 3 homes for sale in Clarke County under $300,000. In summary, Knoll Creek represents an ideal solution for missing middle housing in Athens and is a perfect spot for that use. We humbly ask for your positive consideration of this proposal. Thank you again for your time. I also have Blake Underwood from Stratus Development. Ed Lane is here as well to answer any technical questions.
Good evening. I'm just going to use the rest of this time, probably not all of it actually, to say my part. Again, I'm Blake Underwood, partner of Stratus Development Group. I live at 160 Stanton Way and have been a citizen of Athens for 20 years now. For 15 years, I've been working in the real estate industry in Athens. Why should the property be rezoned from commercial office? First and foremost, directly across the street, there's 6,250 square feet of vacant office space, which was the former Loco's corporate office, and another 5,250 square feet of vacant office beside the Seasons townhomes, totaling about 11,500 square feet on Research Drive. Also on Research, there's approximately 4 to 5 office suites that are vacant in Oakview Square. Research Drive just does not need more office space. Clarke County does not need more office space, with nearly 500,000 square feet of vacant office space for sale or lease. These stats are from CoStar Realty information. This does not take into consideration the approximately 300 zoned acres that are on the market that could be used for office space. With so many businesses learning the capabilities of working from home is going to take a while to observe this space. Meanwhile, we manage approximately 250 units of workforce housing in Clarke County and maintain 100% occupancy, including Waterbury Apartments, which is right around the corner on College Station Road. Secondly, the Seasons Townhomes is directly across the street and very supportive of this development based on the letter of support written by the board of directors and submitted to planning staff. After the Great Recession, this development was foreclosed. An investor bought 26 out of the 41 units for rental property. Over the last 2 years, we've sold all 26 homes for this investor as the lease is terminated. This property is now back to its intended use of owner-occupant. This shows the demand for housing in this area. We want to build virtually the same product across the street, but with 3-bedroom units in order to add diversity and not compete with our neighbors. Finally, the reality is we're maximizing the site given the topography challenges. If someone wished to build a higher density use on this site, the topography challenges would make it unfeasible. However, the community benefit is an environmentally friendly boutique condominium community. I'll conclude with that, and we hope to have your support.
Thank you very much, Blake. Is there anyone else in the chamber to speak to this project on Research Drive?
No, there's no one else, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, this is in District 4, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Commissioner Wright.
Thank you. I appreciate them coming forward and summarizing it, and I won't repeat what they said. I thought they covered the differences and the reasons I supported as well. So I guess I'm going to just lean my time towards questions that others might have that either these gentlemen can answer or the Planning Commission. The summary of this being that the future land use was approved by staff. They recommended approval, and so did the Planning Commission. And then the rezoning, because it is a 2-vote thing, was denial from staff, but approved with conditions from the Planning Commission. 7-1 was that vote. And so I look forward to hearing. I hope that you guys support this, but I do want to make sure that everybody knows what it is and ask questions so that they can support it.
Commissioner, would you like to put a motion on the floor regarding future land use?
Put a motion. We'll start off with right. We start with the future land use, right?
Correct.
I'll second.
Okay. And we can go right on to voting if you want, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Got a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Link, I believe.
I have a question, Mayor.
Go ahead, Commissioner Thornton.
I definitely support this project. But one of the things that I heard was community benefit. Is that a community benefit that comes from the developers or input from folk in the community?
I believe, Commissioner, the developer was using that sort of in a general sense.
Okay.
To community benefit,
so not
extolling their own virtues.
Okay. So I wanted, okay. Well, I'm still going to support it. I just wanted to know where community, the definition was. I'm good.
Well, and I'll speak a little bit to that, Commissioner Thornton. Is I think the community benefit is that this vacant land is going to have a purpose for the community in rent or purchase of townhouses that we don't have inventory for, as well as the respect they are giving to the riparian buffer in the river, and that kind of respect that I think is important for Knoll Creek and the challenging topography of the site.
All right, Commissioner Houle and then Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Mayor. I arrived with 3 questions, and I now have 4. So maybe I'll just share them all, and then if any of my colleagues or the developer who spoke earlier would like to speak to them, that'd be helpful. The first was I appreciate the comments in this meeting and in the email that we received. One of the things that came up was regarding eco-friendly or environmental benefits to this, and I'm curious if they could elaborate on what, if any, measures would be put in place for environmental restoration post-construction. The second question I have is, Mr. Koon claimed that there were only 3 houses in ACC currently up for sale under $300,000, which raised my eyebrow right away. I did a quick search on Zillow, and it shows almost 200 listings under $300,000, 134 of which are under $200,000, and many of those are 3-bedroom and even 3-bathroom. So I'm just curious where that figure came from of only 3. And then regarding the missing middle affordable workforce housing component, I guess this is sort of a 2-part question, but I'm curious what mechanisms are in place to ensure those workforce price points in the mid-200s at the outset, as well as in the years to come as ownership or management may change. And then similarly, I'm curious what they're considering the price point for rentals that are going to be part of this, because I understand that there's supposed to be rentals and for sale units here. And then my 4th, or 5th, if we count that as 2 question, is when they're saying these are postgraduate residents as a target, I thought I remembered them saying that these were 3-bedroom, 3-bath. And so I'm just curious if all of these units are 3-bedroom, 3-bath, and if so, how they plan to ensure that we reach that demographic of postgraduate folks and not upper income students, so to speak.
Thanks for those questions. I'd certainly be glad to have the applicant up to the mic to kind of shed any light on responses to those. And again, I think somebody from Public Information may need to manually unmute the mic there.
Yeah, I'll start trying to answer those questions. I got a couple of made some notes, but I may need a little help on a couple of them. But, first, the eco-friendliness post-construction. The eco-friendly part is, saving so much of the property, the tree conservation, the extra riparian buffers, making sure that area, these types of areas are very easily taken over by kudzu, not taken care of over time as the land sits vacant. With this development, you'll have, a mechanism in place to make sure that doesn't happen. And those nature trails and things that are will be maintained going forward. So I would say that would be the eco-friendly part of it post-construction.
And to echo on that, of course, if I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the state riparian buffer is 25 feet. Athens, we're 75 feet. We're at over 100 feet for this development. And then the current CO zoning allows for 16 beds an acre plus commercial on top of that. We're far below those density maximums. I'm not sure the numbers offhand, may need to ask Ed behind me, but as far as lot coverage, we're well below maximums as well. So in a general sense, in site design, we tried to be very respectful of the land on this property. I guess number two, the under 300,000, I did a quick search myself, and that was particular to new construction. There are other options. You're correct on that. But for new construction specifically, there's very few options out there for under 300,000. As far as the other two, what was the third? Commissioner Houle, can you repeat the third and fourth question as well?
Sure, thanks. And thanks for digging into this with me. So the second, I guess it's sort of a multi-parter, but when we're talking about this price point of the mid 200s, what mechanisms are in place to ensure those price points are what they're at once this is built? And then I'm also curious, parallel to that, how you're defining like workforce rates for the lessees, the rental rates that are going to be part of this. And that would be both in the immediate and then also longer term as ownership changes. Just what mechanisms are in place for that?
Yeah, I can speak to that just a little bit. You know, it is a fair market development. So, you know, there are no subsidies or anything of that nature, you know, being put into this property. So it is a condominium complex. So, you know, you can have individual ownership, and obviously any owner that was to purchase in there would be able to lease or resell their property at whatever rate, you know, they chose to do so. You know, one of the things that will make it keep it at the affordable level is how we're going to build them. You know, we're looking at 3-bedroom, 3-bath units, but we're also not going to build luxury style units either. We want to build them in an affordable manner so that we can keep them in that, you know, mid 200 price point, and you know, lease rates at, you know, market rate for workforce housing. You know, so I think the market itself is going to define, you know, what the sale prices and what the lease rates are going to be just based on unit sizes.
All right. Any follow-up, Commissioner Houle?
Well, I think the only other question, although they sort of touched upon that here, which is kind of related to that last point, is when you talked about postgraduate residents as the target, just how you're ensuring that population is who's going to be moving in here.
Sure. So on that, it's really how we market the property and what we're providing. Having been involved in other developments that are student focused, they're typically very amenity rich. They have big pools and pool decks and clubhouses, and this is not that. This is a large central green space. This is a community garden. This is nature trails. I like to call them calm amenities. So, and that's the really the spirit we're trying to have, is very subdued, relaxed community.
And I think you know, a prime example of that is, again, looking across the street at the Seasons. You know, we're more or less replicating that, using a different, you know, we are doing the 3-bedroom just to be different and add that unit mix and not compete with them. But you don't see, this is, you know, the Seasons is a postgraduate community, and even though, you know, students by all means can go, you know, buy or live there, but they just choose not to.
Awesome. Thanks for engaging me on those. I feel currently like definitely in favor of the approval to change the future land use, and I need a minute to chew on what I think about the rezone. I'm curious to hear my colleagues' thoughts on the rezone portion of this. But thanks a lot, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. I was looking for Redneck Beach East on the plans, and I just couldn't find that. Commissioner Myers.
Hey, yeah. I am supportive of this. This is not my district, but it's across the street from my district. I did have questions about the 3 bedrooms and the appeal to students. I went around and looked at some of the houses that are being built, and you know, guess what? They have 3 bedrooms when they're clearly single family houses. I also went and visited the Seasons across the street, went in there on my bike and actually talked to some people who are living there. I talked to a graduate student who lives there, and then who actually proceeded to walk up the street to the YWCO, which is where I was heading, and clearly saw this as sort of a walkable area. I asked her who else was living in there, and she said young families, a mixture of people. It was definitely not undergraduates. And I know it's not the same project, and so we'd have to wait and see. But I actually do agree that there's a dearth of homes in that area, especially on the east side. I have gotten very good at using the realtor.com site and versus Zillow, which doesn't show the houses as soon as they're pending. So when I just did a review here, and I've been looking at houses myself in the under 250 range, and there aren't any, and they go in a day. But the number I came up just to add to this was 19 that aren't pending and that are houses that are 250,000 or less on realtor.com. Zillow doesn't allow you to take those pending ones out or even show them. So I am in support of this. I think it is walkable to different areas on the east side. And I sure hope that the developers will follow through and market it to people like me, to young professionals, to young families, and so forth. I think it could be a good addition to the east side here.
Thanks, Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Davenport.
So we keep nitpicking these projects, but I think once we get the inclusionary zoning and all that fun stuff figured out, when our future development, I think we have a better handle on this stuff. But when it comes to market and whoever buys a home or who rents out, that's unfortunately that's going to be the market is going to have to determine that. We can, they can build as low as possible and keep the prices low. But a lot of people may complain about college students, but college students, unfortunately, like cockroaches, they are going to scatter everywhere and go anywhere. So we can't just specifically say that college students are not going to come here. And 3-bedroom, 3-bath, there's a lot of homes actually getting built for 3-bedroom, 3-bath. There's a market for people to sell their homes or use part of their bedrooms for rental properties. So that is actually quite, I don't say quite typical, but it's something that one of my buddies who's in the building industry said that it's becoming more common to see development with 3-bedroom, 3-bath, because people use that as rental income. And Athens has a growing retirement community, so a lot of mothers and fathers are moving back home with the kids or vice versa. And people, respect that privacy. But they had me at the tree canopy, they had me at the buffer, so I approve this project, and I pray and hope that my colleagues with both of the zoning and rezone future land use will approve as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Davenport. Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of the points made by Commissioner Myers. There's certainly a market for this kind of middle class, middle income housing, in the kind of desirable neighborhoods that are desirable for families to live in. And, it is all about the market until we have a proper inclusionary zoning policy in place with a contracted private partner or housing partner. We have very little absolute control over, whether or not something ends up being student housing unless it falls into the single family housing zone. But then again, that single family housing zone kind of prices out a lot of housing because it doesn't maximize the land use. I would like to see more projects like this, more townhome oriented projects, more mixed density projects that could accommodate more middle income and workforce housing geared towards families and retirees and working folks. So I do support this project, and until we have an inclusionary zoning policy in place, we do not have the absolute mechanism to control it. And I trust that in this location and the layout of this particular project, it does appeal to that missing middle market that we desperately need. And I hope that more projects like this could help relieve some of the pressure on some of our other neighborhoods, by offering these folks adequate family housing in desirable neighborhoods.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right.
Kelly,
go ahead,
I just
Commissioner.
want to make sure I want to reiterate from my question earlier. I support this, but I think that my colleagues made a very good point about the inclusionary zoning piece that we've got to get off the ground. We should not be pulling these proposals apart and nitpicking them when there's a need. I trust Commissioner Wright and my colleagues for bringing up and addressing the real root of this is that inclusionary housing piece that we are really in need of. So my support is there, and maybe we can move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, everybody ready to vote? All right, I do have a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Link. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? And again, this is on the future land use.
Okay.
All right,
Mr.
hearing
Mayor?
none, entertain a motion regarding the rezoning.
So moved for rezoning to mixed density and right?
Second.
Yeah.
All right, I've got a motion for the rezoning in favor from Commissioner Wright and second from Commissioner Myers. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, everyone, moving on to our next planning and zoning item regarding 252 Georgia Drive. Is there anybody in the chamber who'd like to speak to this project?
Hello again, Mayor
Good
and
evening.
Commission. Hey, I'm speaking tonight also as the applicant for 252 Georgia Drive. My client, Mr. Gary Armour, purchased this property and over the last year or so rehabilitated this 1930s home that faces Georgia Drive. Mr. Armour, I'm sure some of you know him, but he's a local businessman with a long family history here in Athens, and he also has long-term goals for doing his part to improve Athens for everyone. And this particular property he purchased was unique because it had frontage on Georgia Drive as well as on Oconee Street, but no house on Oconee Street. Like most of the neighboring lots here, there's a home facing each street. So when he purchased this, he saw that it provided a sensible opportunity for some infill housing and place a home that would face on Oconee Street. But because it's in the airport overlay, this required a special use permit. As discussed during the Planning Commission hearing, the airport authority is tasked with looking out for their specific interests. And so I think everyone agreed that Director Matthews was doing his job by taking the stance that the airport authority doesn't intend to recommend approval on any of these special use permits that come before them because they're kind of laser focused on protecting the airport's interests. And if I could summarize kind of the action that I think the Planning Commission took is they took the airport authority's recommendation in its context, and then they evaluated the request within its larger context. And that's how we got the approval, I believe. So by evaluating this project against the required criteria, the 6 questions in section 913(4)D, I believe that this application solidly met that criteria. The overlay, as you know, is an area of over 2,000 acres that is near the urban core of Athens. And so if the basis of denial being the airport overlay recommending denial, this being a very small project, one could assume that it would apply to essentially any development in that overlay, including along the Firefly Trail and the Lexington corridor, if we were to take that as a good basis for denial. Regarding the stormwater management, it is our understanding that because most of that gravel is already there, we did not actually trigger stormwater requirements because we're not adding enough impervious area. If we do have to treat stormwater, our plan is to do that in the parking lot itself by making that a pervious lot. So I just wanted to mention that because I know it came in the work session. But with that, I will conclude, and Mr. Armour and myself are here to answer any questions you may have. Thanks again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Is there anyone else in the chamber to speak to 252 Georgia Drive?
Hi, good evening. I'm Gary Armour. Some of y'all know me, some of you don't. If nothing else, you can put a face with a name moving forward. But at the end of the day, I'm all about what's best for Athens, not what's best for Gary, but what's Athens. And that's because of the long tenure of my family, my great-grandparents, grandparents, and parents actually being buried in the backside of the Oconee Hill Cemetery. In fact, I've got to bury a lot. God forbid something happens to me. But that being said, again, just asking for help to where I can help me help you make Athens a better place where we all can live and prosper, and looking forward to doing some really good things on that side of town. When a lot of people said, what are you doing? When I first started buying properties over there, again, I just want to do what's best for Athens. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Any other input on 252 Georgia Drive from the chamber?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll move on to commission input, and this is again in District 4 on the other side of the river.
Yep. Now you know some of the unique parts of the district, and Coney Hill is near and dear to me. And I do appreciate the new owner, Gary Armour, giving a lot of love and attention and elbow grease to the original house there. And I hope that you guys did get to see that this isn't tucking a house in the back. It has both sides legitimate addresses and streets. From the original Georgia Drive house. It's been renovated really well, and it's already a mixed density residential area. And if it's my understanding, and I feel certain that that Brad will correct me, that it's that the special use being because of the airport overlay, which all the houses over there have gotten, or they wouldn't be there. But this is a good version versus the ones that are bad examples over there.
Commissioner Wright, would you like to make a motion?
Yep, and I would like to make a motion. There's just one to approve for, let me get this right, special use in the MR2, a mixed density residential airport overlay.
Second.
Thank
All right.
you.
Let me read that ordinance, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. I appreciate that.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to special use approval in the RM2 A mixed density residential airport overlay district for a parcel of land comprising approximately 0.404 acres and for other purposes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. I have a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Edwards. Any further input on this item?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Edwards.
I'm in full support of this project. I think these are the types of special cases I'm willing to support, but also the applicant, Gary Armour, has done such a phenomenal job refinishing and rehabilitating homes all around this area of town. And he has such an attention to detail and quality that I think we can only expect that this will just be another great example of his handiwork in this area of the Lexington Road corridor. So I'm very happy to support this.
Thank you, Commissioner Edwards. Commissioner Davenport.
Sorry about that. So I drove through this area. I support this project as well. I just have, and I'd love to get feedback from colleagues, but so if you look at the houses on the street, so what I'm trying to get at is like just uniformity, just the size of the masking, the roof, with the stormwater and going into the gravel. I've just been thinking about it all weekend. It's not too much of a big deal because I do like the gentleman's work and what he's done across town. It just, when it comes to uniformity, there's only one house that's halfway 2 stories, like completely 2 stories, but just the size of the just concerns me. But I think I'll get over it.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Any further input? All right, have
Just
a motion.
one last thing, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I like another reason I like this infill housing project, increasing density, is this is a growing node of residential areas right here by the Firefly Trail and the Greenway and the river. This is a great proposal. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Edwards. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, special use carries. Thank you, everyone. All right, we're going to move on to the next item. This is 1015 Macon Highway. Is there anyone in the chamber to speak to this item? Evening.
Evening, Mayor. Brett Thurman here, representing the owner of the property and the developer who is going to build the distillery there at this location. As you all know, we came before you a month or so ago, and we're really excited to get approval of the change in the zoning with the conditions that were on it. Unfortunately, when we got back in and started looking at how we were going to do everything we needed to do inside the house, it required us to pump a restroom out along the side of the house, on the side corridor, side of the house that was behind the existing house, the original existing house. And the condition there was too restrictive for that. And so we come back and talk to planning department, and with Brad and the help there in the planning, we've come up with we feel like a better condition that's been applied to this, which is that we'll keep the original part of the house intact as it was developed, and while we do our work here for to implement the distillery, operate nano distillery at this location. I just wanted to do real quick. I wanted to read a little something in part from someone who sent me an email. This is from Susan Downs Mull and Mary Downs Garrison. These women are from Athens, and it was really interesting. And so I'm just reading out of paragraphs here just to put it in the record. We are excited to read and support a new venture for, quote, our home place. Our grandfather, J.A. Downs, moved here in 1926 and operated the Oconee Dairy until his death in 1950. Our dad, Lamar, continued the dairy operations until 1953, when he liquidated and joined a Athens company here until his retirement. So their dad lived there for approximately 63 years before selling the property in 1989. They've been involved in always seeing the new owners and what they were doing there over time. And she states that Mary and I, along with our children, are grateful that the house remains. And our hope was that the house on the hill would always remain, and they're happy to support this rezone request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thurman. Is there anyone else in the chamber to speak to this item?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, this is in Commissioner Hamby's district. He gets a double shot of a distillery. It's coming back to see us again. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Jen, right about now, to be honest with you. Go ahead and make a motion.
Second.
Hear that?
All right, I've got a motion for approval from Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Edwards. Attorney Drake, could you read the ordinance for us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to amending conditions of zoning associated with a parcel of land comprising approximately 2.30 acres in total and located at 1015 Macon Highway in the CN commercial neighborhood with the conditions, zoning district, and for other purposes.
All right, thank you, Attorney Drake. Any further questions or input on this item? All right, seeing none, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, seeing none, I think we recognize that if you're going to have a drink, you need a restroom nearby as well. All right, we're going to move on to item number 5. This regards 610 Epps Bridge Parkway. Is there anyone in the chamber to speak to this item?
Sir.
All right, seeing none, this is on the other side of District 10. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Sure, thank you. After drinking the gin, I'm going to go visit the church. So I'm going to go make the motion to approve special use. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, you're a little bit light.
Okay. I said after drinking the gin, I'm going to go to church. So I need to approve this special use. So I make a motion to approve the special use.
I'll second. Even though I couldn't hardly hear what it was, I think I know what he was saying.
All right. Got a motion from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Wright. I'll ask Attorney Drake to read the ordinance for us.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to special use approval in the RS-25 single-family residential district for an approximate 11.70 acre parcel of land located at 610 Epps Parkway and for other purposes.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Drake. Any further questions or input on this item? All right. We do have a motion on the floor and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Any opposed? All right. Hearing none, motion carries. All right. So that takes care of planning and zoning. Item 6 is going to be our deliberation on the CDBG action plan. And then following that, I do have one member of the public for online input. So I just want to let her know that's coming up in just a couple of minutes. So item 6 again is our FY22 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan. And Commissioner Parker has raised her hand. So Commissioner, I'm going to go ahead and begin with you.
Oh, thanks. Caught me off guard. I actually, I think Commissioner Denson had a commission defined option to go with the recommendations before us. So if he would like to speak first, I can follow that.
All right, Commissioner Denson, I'm going to turn to you next.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Barker. And something we've talked about in the past, and I think something we all realize is that when it comes to the allocation of these federal dollars, CDBG, but also CARES funding, some of the other funding that we'll be talking about later on tonight, that it's difficult for a lot of the smaller organizations to be able to get a foot in the door to get this funding. We expect them to have the capacity and experience before they get the funding, but it's a bit of a catch-22 that you can't necessarily get that experience and capacity unless you get funding sometimes. So, and this is something that I noticed whenever I served on the Vision Committee for a while. We had a bit of a different structure at that time, where there was some of the funding was available for organizations without having to have matching funds, so that younger upstart organizations that had fantastic ideas and passionate people behind it could still get funded and move forward. The CDBG structure over the last few years has changed with the requirement of matching funds, which really kind of blocks out a lot of upstart organizations that again are doing really great work. And they can't really get that experience, that capacity maybe to build up to apply for some of the larger grants and allocations. So to take all of that into account, and I do understand why some of those changes were made, so that they could ensure that the actual oversight and the reporting was happening. So what I'm recommending here is a CDO with the following wording: to direct the manager to have staff develop a new challenge grant category within our CDBG allocations. This should consist of smaller grant amounts without the need of matching funds, going to organizations that have not received funding before, so that they can provide community services and also build capacity and experience. And I would just hope for staff to come back and be able to present us with what that model would be. I don't want to necessarily have us micromanage and write it here on the fly, but for them to kind of present what that could look like, as we have had models like that in the past. And then hopefully we can have that in place before the next cycle of CDBG that will be starting at the end of the summer kicks in. So I make a motion to pass the staff recommendations with that language attached as a CDO.
And I'll second that and go ahead and say that I'm really appreciative of Commissioner Denson for bringing this forward. I think as we've dealt with indigent services funding throughout the course of the pandemic and even before that and years before, as I've served on the commission, having my own critiques of what sorts of organizations are identified as having the capacity to take on some of these larger grants, seeing a need for us to do some systemic change in the way that we allocate this funding in ways that are more intentional with regards to supporting newer, smaller, or more loosely organized groups that do really important work in our community, ensuring that they do build the capacity they need to take on some of these larger grants, and addressing some of the problems that we faced and tried to tackle in a piecemeal fashion throughout the pandemic of how do we help people get their foot in the door for more substantive forms of funding, et cetera. And so I think the CDO, this condition of approval, helps tackle that rather than trying to work on it on the fly as we go through these iterative processes of funding people with regards to COVID relief, thinking about how we can just work differently as an organization, both in partnership with staff and with the vision committee to ensure that we are lifting up folks in the community that are doing that good work, but might not yet have the stature or the long-standing relationships with HCD, et cetera, that make them competitive for funding year after year, the way we see some organizations like Athens Land Trust or EADC do. So thank you again, Commissioner Denton, and I happily second that motion.
Thanks, Commissioner Parker. And before I move on to some staff input and additional commission input, I apologize. Public information staff indicated to me that there are a handful of members of the public in the chamber to provide input, and this is a kind of federal funding norm. So while we're not accepting in-person input on those other local items, because this is federal dollars, there's the opportunity. So I'm going to go ahead and call up folks from the chamber, and then I'll call on commissioners in just a minute.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here to talk to you about the CDBG funding and the fact that
just let us know your name, please.
Well, I'm Diane Allen Jordan, and I'm here to represent East Athens community and all the other citizens in Athens who are not able to be here or purely don't understand or know the process and what's going on. I understand that you're not taking input from the community on other issues, but this has also been the only time that I can recall that we've had an opportunity to actually be in front of you. And I'd like to take this opportunity to also say that during the pandemic, it has been very, very disturbing to know that there have been so many things done, that should have been, that the community should have been able to respond to. But I'm going to go ahead and talk about my concerns about CDBG. Number one is item number 37 that you have decided, I think that's from Leisure Services, where you're asking for funding. They're asking for funding, I think, for something for the Greenway as well as doing other things. My concern with Leisure Services is anything that concerns East Athens seems to be always asked for special funding rather than to be a part of the budget. See, my time is moving on, but the other thing is with the CDBG funding, Vision 2004 that you all, at least the manager and other people have seemed to have forgotten, or I'm told that information has been lost. When I brought this information to the public, because I have worked very diligently with it, and a lot of projects in East Athens were to be done by CDBG funding. We've never been able to experience the true revitalization of East Athens because of the fact that the funding had not been there. And there are a lot of various reasons, but I do ask if, Mayor, if you all could maybe look at addressing some of the issues that have not been done in East Athens. And I would love to not have any funding go out until East Athens is made priority, especially as far as CDBG is concerned. But I do think that it is right that we become a priority rather than, and this is, I'm talking about Census Tract 3, the old Census Tract 3, but now 301, and ask for more public hearing from the public, which is what HUD requires, that CDBG funding, so that agencies who have applied for funding, and I see you getting ready to push the little button on me, but anyway, the funding that agencies that have applied for funding are not able to come and present themselves and talk to the committee. What do you call the committee that determines who gets funding?
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Thank you. Other input in the chamber?
Good evening. My name is Joseph Schmucker. I live at 287 Fairview Street, and I'm here to speak to exactly what Diane's been saying, to back her up in her comments, and to offer my point of view from a person that steps out his front door and sees nothing happening. I get a lot of platitudes when I come out in the public sphere like this. I get a lot of pats on the back, any concerns. But I don't see any real action happening on the ground. I mean, there have been paved roads, but that just seems like dressing and not really addressing much of the issues, the underlying challenges that the East Athens community faces on a daily basis. So I just don't want to see this community passed over again and again, as I have seen in the 20 years I've lived in it. Things have been dying in this community. People are going homeless. People are getting pushed out of their homes by developers. It hurts me to watch this happen and feel powerless to do anything about it. So I'm standing here today to support Diane in her efforts to get some funding for our community. And I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Schmucker. Others in the chamber?
Good evening to you, everyone.
Evening.
My name is Larry Johnson. I'm here to support Diane and the community of Athens as a whole. Other communities, they get their funding and everything. What I'm interested in is bringing the community, bridging that gap between all communities, that no one side of town get more than the other side of town. We have been neglected for so long on the east side. No sidewalks I live in Woodridge Circle. We had to walk if anyone want to walk they just built a Family Dollar store, got to walk on the highway, but yet still they could build bike trails. If you want to go to the post office, no sidewalks. But yet still, they built a little small sidewalk on Spring Valley Road. And it shouldn't be that way. The black community on the east side is being neglected very bad. And someone would just come in and help us. We're not asking for something that shouldn't be ours anyway. The money should have been there a long time ago to support the east side, but yet still, we don't get it. I thank you for listening. Y'all, God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
That concludes everyone speaking for this.
Thank you. And I do have one call-in comment on CDBG from Ms. Bagby. Ms. Bagby, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Oh, we can. You can go right ahead. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Well, I want to point out a few things to the mayor and council. We received $45 million in 2004. We were supposed to have gotten a training center, a library, and among other things for East Athens. We did not get it. And I was told that the $350,000 CAD dollars that were going to be coming to East Athens, the mayor and council have changed their minds and decided to convert that money to some other cause. Now you see buildings in. We see the roads are being paved, stop signs are being put up over in East Athens. $60 million are over here. But we see houses being built, but who are those houses being built for? Rich white people, basically. And so my concern is, where is our piece of the pie? And so you need to build a place for the homeless people. Build something for the homeless people to have to go to on the weekend. They should not have to stay on the street every day from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's not right. And then you need to pay for the children to have Wi-Fi, internet, so they can be able to do their classes. You need to send tutors to their homes. You need to make things available for them. That money goes to the people. And so I came tonight to charge the board, the council, the city council, and the mayor. Woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees, and that write grievous grievousness which they have prescribed, to turn aside the need from judgment, and to take away the right from the poor of my people, says God, that widows may be their prey, P-R-E-Y, and that they may be robbed. They robbing the fatherless. And so you are raping, robbing, and ravishing all the people, the innocent people of East Side. And when I say East Side, I'm talking the King English to you, but I'm saying to the Negroes over in East Side, and stand up and claim what's rightfully yours. That is our money. And I'm charging y'all tonight, and I say God is watching. And he says to you, he says, and what will you do in the day of visitation and in the desolation which shall come from far? To whom will you flee for help, and where will you leave your glory, mayor and council? While y'all sitting up there, they're burning money from the poor and the needy and the fatherless and the widows, and you're putting it in rich people's hands. You're putting it in the hands of the developers. There's a day of visitation, and don't say if your children reap the benefits of it. And when they know it's stolen, and they don't try to make retribution, it's going to fall on them as well. And I just want to point out to y'all, the government, HUD, and everybody else, federal, that money belongs to all of us. We shouldn't have to have a friend inside to get what belongs to us. If it's federal money, it belongs to everybody that qualifies for the money. And y'all need to change and do what's right for God's people. You need to stop it. And you are charged, I declare, I proclaim, and I decree, you will be miserable if we can.
Thank you, Ms. Bagby. I appreciate that. All right. Nobody else in the chamber, is that correct? All right.
Can I add a comment really quick, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Unless any other commissioner that hasn't spoken yet would like to speak. Nobody?
We've got a handful of commission input.
Sure. I mean, if other people would like to go first, that's fine.
Yes. I'll begin with Commissioner Myers.
Yeah. Hi. I am appreciate the words of the people who came and spoke. And I guess when I started speaking, I was going to address Commissioner Denson's wording that he was adding on into commission defined option. And I think actually it's relevant because what it's about is getting more people involved in the grant funding and getting it to more people. And that is one of the reasons why I'm really supporting what he has to say. I do want to say to anyone who's speaking and concerned to please reach out to us as commissioners. I'm learning a lot. I have a lot more to learn about, and that's to the public who were just speaking. I do want to say that I think that Commissioner Denson's CDO is something that all of us, I think, are in favor of. Perhaps there's some tweaking, but I'm good with what's here. I know that that's getting last week or last month at our meeting, having more opportunities for newer nonprofits to get involved was really what was behind the CDO from Commissioner Hamby and Thornton and others who supported that. And so this goes in that direction. I know that Commissioner Thornton yesterday as well, or I guess it was today, but earlier today before we got that, also talked about really needing to push this mentoring process for fledgling nonprofits, if I can get it out of my mouth. And I think this pushes us in the right direction. I think another thing that actually, if I'm thinking about what we just heard now as well, Commissioner Thornton talked about the participatory budgeting process as something that we can use as well for getting more people involved. And I think what we just heard was a cry from East Athens to do exactly that. So that's all I want to add there. I am supportive of Commissioner Denson's CDO.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers. Assistant Manager Edwards, was there anything pertinent to the sort of shepherding and support process you wanted to mention?
Yeah, in relation to Commissioner Denson's CDO, staff just wanted to make sure y'all know we think it's possible, but we have not ever done a no match. We've never done a no match requirement, and so we appreciate the timing to allow for us to explore that and make sure that's something HUD will allow. we've had smaller match requirements, but we've never had the no match requirement. So, staff is ready to look into that and make sure it's allowable by HUD. And to Commissioner Denson's point, the next application doesn't open up until October. So we think that timing is good for us to do that work and get back to y'all. And in relation to this item and those that are later in the agenda tonight, as staff, we do recognize that there's a need to build capacity. And we think that there's an opportunity here as well in the other item. But HCD and inclusion are in the process of designing a program that would help build that nonprofit capacity. And with our support of our grant specialists, the inclusion office, and maybe some nonprofit training partners, we think we can have that set up, in the May timeframe when there's additional funding that comes on board as well, which might be more aligned to some of these needs that y'all are talking about.
Thank you, Assistant Manager Edwards. Commissioner Thornton.
I do support Commissioner Denson's CDO, and I thank Assistant Manager Edwards for kind of helping us or kind of guiding us through this process. Commissioner Myers, I don't think that one option like the challenge grant, whether we have matching or no matching funds, is the total answer. And we had talked about the citizens participatory budgeting. It has come up more than once from this community. It has bubbled up. And the one of the challenges I see with us, we spend a lot of time talking about some possible solutions. So we need to do one thing. So I don't know if Commissioner Denson would be open to adding on the staff actually looking at some pilot of the citizen participatory budget. We were talking about it in the prosperity committee, but if this would move it faster and forward, I would wonder, would he mind amending his CDO to include that for the staff to work on? Can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm in full support of doing the participatory budgeting. I guess I would ask, I'm not sure how we'd attack, because I don't think that would necessarily go through the CDBG program, is why I'm not sure if it's pertinent for us to add on to this agenda item. I mean, I have requested that it be included in the FY22 budget. I want to see it happen, but I'm not sure if it would make sense for us to have it attached to the CDBG item, since I don't think it'd be CDBG funds that would be used.
In terms of relation to other activities, it would be one of those things that we could, development of the process would be one of those things we could embed in the general fund budget for FY22, since we'd be talking about general funds there versus the federal funds that we're talking about with this item.
So are you saying that we cannot use this mechanism, this tool, because it's federal funds?
I'm not as familiar with the kind of federal fund requirements, but in previous conversations about participatory budgeting, we have been talking about use of general funds.
I'm not suggesting that we don't continue to look at it as in general funds. I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm suggesting that the things that Assistant County Manager Edwards said about seeing if we could do the no matching, the same investigation. I'm asking that he can look and see if this is a place we could develop. So he's got to do some work on, or some research on Commissioner Denson's CDO. I'm just adding that as a piece to see if it's possible and what it would look like. And if it's not possible, that's fine. But it may not be possible even with Commissioner Denson's CDO. So I'm just suggesting that we look at both of those as tools, because there are too many people who have been left out of this process so long because of bureaucracy. So anything that we can do, we need to use every possibility. I'm not saying it's going to work or not going to work. I'm asking, would Commissioner Denson be okay with adding that the county manager's office looks at that in relation to federal dollars?
And I may ask Assistant Manager Edwards, just as sort of a general pursuit of staff research, is that something that staff can research well in advance of our typical October timeframe of opening awards for the next fiscal year CDBG?
Right, sure, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Thornton, I think it's something that staff can look at as part of that in the lead up to October. I think what we'd have to do is be very clear of what that expectation is with participatory budgeting, and in our conversations with HUD, ensure it's in compliance with their citizen participation requirements. So those would be the questions we would have to ask and understand, but we could definitely kind of respond to that question as part of the other research.
And I guess my point is, it's a matter of an ask, and this community is looking at us for some answers. If we don't ask, we won't get the answer. So if you can do it, I me personally think we should roll out any possibilities of options that we can help these groups that have been left out.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davenport.
So I think I missed an email or conversation with Commissioner Denson. So what we're doing is we are approving the funding as is, the staff recommended, but we're also getting, and Commissioner Denson, if you can clarify this, we're getting the manager to get staff to look at challenge grants to go to smaller fundees. Can you elaborate on that again?
I just forwarded email to you again. I know we kind of got a bunch of it. It might have gotten buried, and I apologize for that. So the specific wording is that this program would consist of smaller grant amounts without the need of matching funds, going to organizations that have not received funding before, so that they can provide community services and also build capacity and experience. So yeah, it's specifically for some of these organizations that we're hearing from that are trying to apply into the process, but at this point don't have the capacity to really be as competitive with some of the organizations that have a lot of experience and connections. And so it will kind of give them that starting block so they can get some experience, understand how to do the reporting, get their program off the ground, and then hopefully they can grow and actually get more funding as the years go on.
Okay, so like CDBG is awarded $1 million. So part of that will go to these smaller fundees, to these smaller organizations.
Right, and it already kind of gets broken. CDBG already kind of gets broken down into little chunks, anyways. The home funding, and so we have the public service funds right now. And so what that would be like a small percentage of that would be set aside specifically in these smaller amounts that could go to organizations that are kind of fledgling, as Commissioner Myers put it well.
Just to add some detail, it's about 15% of the overall allocation this year, roughly $200,000.
Did that cover your question, Commissioner Davenport? Good. All right. Commissioner Myers? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Commissioner Myers. You've spoken already. I'm going to go ahead and hit Commissioner Wright, and then I'm going to hit Commissioner Houle.
Sorry, I responded there. I was like, wait a minute. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for helping me understand. So this commissioner defined option is on what page of the agenda?
I emailed this out this afternoon in response.
It came out this afternoon. Okay. So now I know why I'm a bit lost here. So do we know that the federal regulations and the reimbursement requirements and the details that are so involved with our CDBG money allow for this to happen? And I'm a little hesitant to vote for something that we don't know is legal with this funding. I mean, I appreciate the dialogue and the discussions, but I thought that we were supposed to be approving the FY22 annual action plan. And now we're talking about changing it. I don't mind us looking into changing it for next October, but I'd like for us to do what is on the agenda. So can you guys?
And this would pursue the expenditures that are in the agenda and ask staff to investigate an additional option for next October's round.
Right. Okay. All right. So that's what happens when emails come in the afternoon. It's hard to keep up. So then we'll know with that research, based on the majority of us saying, yes, staff, please spend time looking into how that would work. Commissioner Denison, am I catching on?
That is correct. This would be us approving the recommendations from staff and tasking them with researching this and presenting this.
Gotcha. And then when we learn about this whole process and some of these details that come up on how this can be done, we can be utilizing this for other buckets of money, potentially. We're all going to learn. We're going to learn about this all together, right, Mr. Mayor?
That's right.
If we all vote, majority of us, for staff to go down this road and then bring it back to us and us continue to talk. Is that where we are?
That's right.
Okay. Thank
you. All right. Let me get Commissioner Houle, and then I'll circle back to, I've got Commissioner Hamby, Commissioner Houle, then Commissioner Hamby, then I'll circle back to those who've spoken already.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Commissioner Denson for putting together this CDO. I know it's a little last minute that we got it, but I think it's really good, and it's getting at a need that we've heard called for, not only by members of the public in this meeting, but also in communications I think a lot of us have had in recent days. I guess I have an ask of staff that is sort of in tandem with this, perhaps in this work session that Commissioner Wright was alluding to us having once they come back with whatever research they do on a challenge grant. But I would love for us to get in a future work session that will be open to the public and recorded, just a detailed rundown of all the different federal funds at our disposal, including CDBG funds, home funds, continuum of care funds, et cetera, and how each is specifically earmarked and restricted. I know we also have our work session next week on the stimulus package, so perhaps it would do well to just reference that in the same meeting. But I feel like it's a really confusing labyrinth for the public to navigate, and oftentimes even for myself and my colleagues to navigate and make informed decisions on when we're looking at large lists of applicants and there's only enough funding to go around to some of them. So I just feel like that kind of breakdown on the record to get us all on the same page would be really helpful. I do fully support the CDO, so we may evaluate and potentially improve our CDBG process for the next go round in FY23. And open avenues for greater support to new and smaller organizations. And the last thing I'd just like to ask be considered, I'm not necessarily asking this be added to the CDO, but just an ask of staff that our Housing and Community Development Department take a proactive and engaged approach to grant assistance with nonprofit applicants. Now that we have those new grant writer positions, maybe those are positions we can leverage, or if there's a need to add more staff capacity to do this. But I think someone in the county within that department being able to assist those seeking CDBG and other county funds, helping them skill build, not only to apply for those funds, but also to build those skills to apply for pots of money that might exist outside of the purview of this body.
Thanks, Commissioner. I will note, and Assistant Manager Edwards may want to kind of add on to this, that staff offers a great deal of technical assistance and support throughout the application time frame, essentially between October and December, and offers sort of multiple rounds of sit down. Assistant Manager Edwards, I don't know if there's anything else you want to note there.
Yeah, I mean, just from the staff perspective, we're happy to help, and we do help in the CDBG process. We know we can continue to help and give more guidance, and I think in relation to the item later in the agenda, we can speak more of what that might look like. And now that we have 2 grant specialists and we want to do more, and providing feedback on those that don't receive it and spending time with them to discuss why, I think is definitely something we want to do, and be there to help explain it, but also build skills for the next time. So I think we're in this for relationship building, and that's what we want to see happen.
Thank you. Commissioner Hamby.
Y'all hear me okay?
Your audio is still a little low.
And I don't know what's going on with my microphone, but I guess the question is, we've had challenge grants in the past. What's the difference between this and what we've had in the past? Match versus non-match?
Is that the difference, Commissioner Denson, that this would be a non-match opportunity versus the match opportunity? Is that correct?
To me, there's 2 differences. That there will be the non-match, then also that there will be specific funds set aside specifically for this, so that these organizations wouldn't be competing with the land trust and the bigger organizations that always get these grants instead.
Because Mayor, I know you remember this. I know Commissioner Kinman at the time came up with.
Am I the only one that can't hear him?
No one.
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, his mic is very low.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, y'all, but I support this, and I know staff is working on the new grant writers to help with making sure some of this happens. Whatever.
Thank you, Commissioner. And circling back to those, we've heard from Commissioner Parker and then Myers.
Cool. And this is somewhat of a tangent, but I did want to address those who came and spoke with us in City Hall and on the phone tonight. I know that Commissioner Thornton has been party to these conversations, as well as Manager Williams and Mayor Gertz. You, I think, have been somewhat involved in them as well. But there are indeed these studies that have been done in the late 1990s and early 2000s in East Athens about community needs, doing community needs assessments and making very specific recommendations about what people in the neighborhood thought would lift up the community, and specifically addressing issues that manifest here in East Athens that were effectively shelved, and none of the funds that were requested for those projects allocated under previous administrations. And I want to just really quickly, as an aside, plug that, we did our Big Rocks meeting, was it last week before that, about some of the bigger things in the budget. One of the smaller things I'm looking for in the coming budget is to do an implementation study that sort of synthesizes a lot of our findings from these older studies, as well with new community input on what aspects of these requests are still relevant, and figure out when and how are we going to get these things done. Because Ms. Jordan and Ms. Bagby and the others that spoke are absolutely right that there is a debt owed to this community, and expectations, promises made, decades before a lot of us were on this commission, that I think we still need to make good on. And so I do think that in the short term, building capacity for smaller organizations, let's say a democratically controlled by the people of East Athens land trust, to help meet some of our affordable housing needs. I'm glad that Commissioner Thornton brought up the participatory budgeting process, so that in lieu of an organization like that being able to step in and apply for something like CDBG funding, we can just, define how we want general funds spent in neighborhoods like this, rather than having it be determined by nonprofit executives. I think that a lot of that holds really positive prospects for the year to come with regards to how we make up for the lack of investment in East Athens. And so I just wanted to speak to a few of those things, since they were on the minds of some speakers that I appreciate came forward to address us this evening.
Thanks, Commissioner. I'm going to go to Commissioner Link, who I haven't heard from, Commissioner Edwards, and then back to Commissioner Myers.
You see my hand up.
And Commissioner Thornton.
Okay, I just lost audio somehow.
We can hear you.
Okay, I got it. Sorry, I'm on my phone and I'm not used to this. Speaking to some of the things that Commissioner Parker brings up, I just want to remind everyone that this community is getting $60 million in federal funds that can be very broadly used. I listened in on a webinar, a Rethinking Homelessness webinar last week, and got some clear direction on the kind of things that we will be able to use those federal COVID relief funds for, and it's quite broad. And we were encouraged to think sustainably, to build infrastructure. We've got 4 years to utilize the funds, and that's the kind of timeline by which you can actually build full programs that can sustain themselves and really, really transform communities. So I'm looking forward to having that conversation. And I really would like to see some of these studies that were shelved 20, 30 years ago, so we can have them in our minds when we take a look at these funds and how we apply them to build communities that have certainly been long neglected.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Edwards?
I'm in favor of the motion on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Myers, then Commissioner Thornton.
I think this might be a friendly amendment to Commissioner Denson's CDL that incorporates the intent of Commissioner Thornton's, because that's what I do, is like work with words here. And I think we can just add on, this should consist of smaller grants, the language that you have, so that they can provide community services and also build capacity experience. And then just add this on, and explore the use of participatory budgeting as a way of involving the community in awarding grant money. Would you be acceptable to that?
Yeah, I'm happy for us to explore it and to add that last sentence on, Stan. I have no problem with that.
Okay, do you need me to repeat it for your wording?
Sure, please do.
And explore the use of participatory budgeting as a way of involving the community and awarding grant money. And of course, we can see if Commissioner Thornton, who's up next, if that actually captures what she's saying. So we want to make sure of that, of course.
That absolutely captures what I was saying. Absolutely. We don't know what Assistant Manager Edwards is going to come back and tell us after his research. So yes, that absolutely fits what I'm saying. And I will be the first one to say that we're talking about October and November, but next week we're going to be talking about the stimulus money, the Biden money, the $60 million. And so we need to know what we need to be in that driver's seat now. But yes, Commissioner Myers, that says exactly what I was trying to articulate.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers. Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Thornton, was there something you wanted to add as well?
No, actually, after she said that, I was good.
Okay. All right. Everybody good? All right. We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Denson. I apologize. Who's the second?
I'll second it.
I want to make sure that we also are clear that options 1, A, B, C, D that are on the agenda are part of this. That's where I got confused. Yes. I want to make sure the minutes reflect that.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
That's exactly right. All right.
And Commissioner Parker is a second.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate that. I apologize. All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Denson, a second from Commissioner Parker. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, we are going to move on to the consent agenda and old and new business. We do have one member for input on consent old and new. So, Ms. Smith, I apologize for the wait. Now is your time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good evening. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, and special thanks to Commissioner Wright for getting this on the agenda and her continued assistance, as well as Commissioner Parker for her earlier work on the project of renaming Thumper Ave. My name is Alicia Smith, and I'm honored to speak in favor of renaming Carriage Lane to Thumper Avenue in remembrance of Ariel Calloway. When I saw the reaction to her death, I was blown away by the response. There was, of course, an outpour of emotionally charged posts and condolences on social media, but there was also this newfound conversation on gun violence in this community and the question and demand for solutions of what could be done. East Side and West Side residents of Athens honored Ariel during the Clark Central Cedar Shoals basketball game. Ariel's uncle got over 30 guns off of the street with his gun buyback event, and there have been a number of other events honoring her name. She is regarded as a legend in this community and is so greatly loved. Over 2,000 Athens residents signed the petition in support of our street renaming. Many of these residents do not believe in the bureaucratic process, have lost interest and do not believe in politicians, and know very little about the red tape involved within policymaking and getting a street changed. Getting this street renamed is not just about Ariel having the street she deserves, or her son knowing that his mother was a change agent the day she sacrificed her life to protect his. But it's also about recharging a community of folks who have questioned whether the political process actually works for them in mind. Thumper Avenue illustrates that when the community comes together, there's nothing that we can't do. Of course, this would be a symbolic victory, and there will be plenty more work to do, but Thumper Ave is our first step. Tonight, as a community, our ask is that you all approve of our first step. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Thank you for coming to join us tonight. All right. Next order of business is consideration of the consent agenda. And on our agenda tonight, those are items 7 through 18. Is there any commissioner who would like to remove an item from consent? Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually am not interested in removing anything from consent, but I was wondering if there's any way that we can invite the input of any members of the public who may be remaining in City Hall to speak on these issues.
We do have.
There may have been some confusion about how to give that input and that it needed to be by phone for these items. So,
yeah, so phone and computer input was for everything from 7 forward, and then the additional opportunity was on planning, zoning, and CDBG. Public information, is there anyone remaining in the chamber? No one's in the chamber. And we'll just make sure that that's clarified on our next agenda. And this one was a little unusual given the CDBG presence.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Is there any other commissioner who would like to remove an item from consent, or is everybody ready to vote on the consent agenda? All right, I'd entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda. Again, those are items 7 through 18.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Davenport, second from Commissioner Denson. Are there any ordinances to read, Attorney Drake? I believe we have 3. Attorney Drake?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was on mute. The first is, there are 3, Mr. Mayor. The first is with items 7, 8, and 9. The first, item 7, ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to wireless facilities and antennas and for other purposes. The next is item number 8, an ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to Oconee Rivers Greenway Commission and for other purposes. And the next is item number 9, an ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to loading zones and for other purposes. And those are the 3, Mr. Mayor, in the consent item agendas.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Drake. All right. We have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Hearing none, motion carries and the consent agenda is approved. We're now going to move on to old business item number 19, which is a holdover rezoning request regarding 2150 Lexington Road. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Commissioner Parker.
Mr. Mayor, can we take a break after this one, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Commissioner Parker, any input on item 19, 2150 Lexington Road?
Are you muted?
I think I've unmuted you, Commissioner Parker. Can you hear us? We may be toggling the mute button inadvertently, but I'm going to leave it alone. Commissioner Parker, can you hear us? Apologize, Commissioner Parker.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yep. We've got you now.
Called in on my phone just because of whatever was going on. I'll be real quick. With this, the applicant was requesting that the driveway that was to connect the two parking lots on the site be connected by a two-way interior drive. Upon visiting the site, I came to understand what sorts of complications that creates for the applicant with regarding to cutting down on some of the green space they currently use or, generally would use for community gatherings, et cetera, the way that would complicate traffic flow on the premises. And so I have submitted very simple CDO, which on page 2 of the ordinance simply strikes the line that all parking areas shall be connected by a two-way interior drive to meet that request. And with that said, I would motion that we approve.
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion on the floor from Commissioner Parker. I've got a second from Commissioner Link. Any further input?
I'll read the ordinance, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Attorney Drake.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to amending a planned development for a parcel of land comprising approximately 5.058 acres located at 2150 Lexington Road in the R5, in the RS-5 PD Single Family Residential Planned Development District and for other purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Let's go ahead and take a short break. We'll be back on at 8:30 in 8 minutes.
Kel-
All right. We are returning to our monthly business meeting here on April 6th, 2021 with the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission, picking up with old business item number 20, which is a FY21 law enforcement training program competitive grant. Any questions about this item, or I would entertain a motion?
Mr. Mayor, there is an ordinance connected with this item as attachment 2.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2021 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the Georgia Criminal Justice Coordinating Council for training for law enforcement officers in use of force or de-escalation and for other purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. Motion on this item?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Second it.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby. I'm going to do second from Commissioner Davenport. Any further questions? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, moving on. Item number 21 is purchase of 9 hybrid Ford Interceptors by the police department.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, any further questions? Commissioner Myers.
All right, no, I am approving or voting for this, and I just want to point out for myself and everyone that 10% of the budget for this is coming from our SPLOST 2011 Energy Sustainability Program, and this is really important that we're doing this with our vehicle replacement because transportation makes up the largest share of CO2 emissions, and so with the hybrid SUV we're getting, that will have 30% less gasoline and produce about 30% more fewer CO2 emissions. Hopefully soon there'll be electric vehicles that will be in the pursuit vehicles category that we can use when we're replacing future police cars. And I just wanted to point that out before I vote for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple of questions for Assistant Manager Edwards, just regarding these vehicles. I guess the first is, how are we currently getting by with these 9 fewer cars? My understanding from the facts and issues is that these are basically decommissioned and can't be used. So if we're getting 9 new cars, are there 9 new officers, or are they sharing vehicles or using old ones that we're going to sell after? What's going on there?
Yeah, Commissioner Houle. Right now, we're utilizing old vehicles that are beyond their life expectancy. So that's one thing we're doing. There are some situations where officers are sharing vehicles, where that's a turn and burn type handoff of vehicles. But in general, we're able to do this because we have some really old vehicles that we don't necessarily recommend keeping in the fleet in frontline patrol positions due to safety. I think, pursuit rated, the value of having pursuit rated is the enhanced suspension, engines, and transmissions. These vehicles take a lot of abuse starting and stopping all day long. And so that's really important and do wear out. And so if we don't replace these, we could be in a really bad situation of not having the needed equipment. I think the other piece is there's a number of vacancies right now in the police department. That might not always be the case. And so wanting to make sure we have the right number of vehicles that can do the job that's needed. And I think, the deadline vehicles we are using can be replaced. It's not, they need to be replaced. This is not ideal that we're using them in operations. So long answer, but hopefully that answers your question.
That does, thank you. And I was also going to ask about pursuit rated, which you touched upon there, but just the need for, my understanding was that this is the most eco-friendly of the pursuit rated options, and also that, we're accustomed to seeing police cars, and now the market has kind of moved towards police SUVs, which is part of this kind of escalation of size of vehicles. And so while these are kind of ironically the more efficient option, even though they're larger than some of the others, I'm curious why the need specifically for pursuit rated, if there might be other vehicles that are available but aren't pursuit rated.
Well, all these are for patrol, so police officers on the front lines of patrol. And so due to what they use their vehicles for and the amount of work the vehicles get put through. It's not just about the speed; it's about the suspension and the transmissions, as I shared. We highly recommend that police officers have pursuit-rated vehicles. When we're talking about administrative functions, even detectives in the police department, we don't necessarily recommend pursuit vehicles for those roles. What we typically would do is open that up to other sedans and hybrid sedans. So what we've seen about 3 years ago was the market moving away from sedans and pursuit-rated vehicles for whatever reason. There's one left, the Charger, but it is one of the most fuel inefficient of the choices, and so that's not our recommendation. But in terms of non-pursuit rated, there's plenty of options. Those just aren't vehicles we're looking at tonight.
Thanks for that, Commissioner Houle. Thank you, Assistant Manager Edwards. Additional questions on this item? All right, I have a motion and a second. Commissioner Houle?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make space for others, but I guess my just request on this, I want to respect kind of the way we're operating now, and so I'll support this item. But I would ask that we have, in our next work session where we're able to engage the police department, I would like us to discuss equipment, vehicles and otherwise, to kind of get into this question of militarization of police, which sometimes happens in really subtle ways, like the escalating size of vehicles that the market makes as the only ones available, but also includes other equipment, drones and things like that, that our department is using. I would really appreciate us being able to have that discussion as a body sooner than later, and perhaps to include in that a revisitation of the policy of a vehicle per officer, just to understand if that's working. I know that happened a couple of years ago before I was on this body, and the hope was that it would kind of help morale. And so I'm just curious, how much evidence we have that is working, since it's a very costly investment in that. So thank you.
Thank you. And I know that we definitely can kind of follow up on the nature of the vehicle take-home policy. I think staff has some data on that. All right, motion on the floor. There's second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries, and we are moving on to item number 22.
Who was your motion and second?
It was
Hamby and Edwards.
Yep.
Okay. Thought it was on. Okay, thank you.
Yep, you got it. All right. Item number 22 is another sustainability item regarding an idle mitigation pilot.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Edwards. Any further input on this item? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right.
Commissioner Hamby's mic is really working well now, isn't it?
I know, stepped it up.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 23, waste collection and storage in the Central Business District. This is locations for eco stations.
I'll make
a motion.
Suki did a good job on the presentation, and I think it's worthy of approval and seeing where this goes. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Hamby. All right, got a motion from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Denson. Any further input on the eco stations or their locations? All right, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, item number 24 is the Classic Center Arena pre-construction and construction management at-risk services. Any
should approve?
I'll second it.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Wright. Question from Commissioner Myers.
Well, I just really actually want to make a comment in my approval. I will be voting to approve this. I just wanted to say last night I was able to attend the first of the public input sessions and on the Classic Center Arena down there, and was really pleased to see how it's moving along. The project procurement director, Richard Sawyer, had reached out to me in terms of the RFPs and analyzing which construction firm to assure me that they were really going to focus on sustainability. I did a little check on the company today and see the right words on their website, which is great. And I was also really happy last night to hear from the presenters that the Classic Center Authority is reaching out an RFP for a solar energy procurement for solar panels on top of the Classic Center, the arena, and the parking deck. So I think that's really moving in the right direction. And while I have this minute, I just want to urge other people to put the other Classic Center public input sessions on their calendars. One's 2 Mondays from now on April 19th and another one on May 10th. And at that one, they are going to be talking about the construction sustainability, so I will surely be there asking questions. But they also did a really excellent job of live streaming it on YouTube. And then they had someone taking questions and then sharing them with the presenters there as well. Plus, it was done very COVID safe. So I was very impressed with that. We were all very spread out because they have a lot of room in the Classic Center for that. So anyway, I am supporting this and I will be watching with interest as this project develops.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers. Any further input before a vote? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, we are moving on to item number 25. It's another sustainability project regarding solar and storage, and I believe this is our first storage project for the Domestic Violence Center.
Motion to approve.
Mr. Mayor, there's an ordinance, budget ordinance. It's attachment 1.
Go right ahead, Attorney Drake.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2021 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County so as to provide grant funding, if awarded, through the GFA Solar Resilience Program to provide solar power and battery storage to mission-critical facilities and for other purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. Got a motion from Commissioner Houle. Do I hear a second?
I second it.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Houle and a second from Commissioner Thornton. Input on this item, Commissioner Myers.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. I second, so I get first dibs.
You go right ahead, Commissioner Thornton, and then we'll hit Commissioner Myers.
I wanted to second this. I really wanted to motion because I think we're going in the right direction. There is a group that is working on this issue as far as jobs, and I think this is a door opening, and I really want us to get behind it. And I want to thank those in the community that have been working on this issue, and there's a lot more work to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I'll follow up with Commissioner Thornton, and I'm going to use an opportunity to address just briefly, because I only have a few minutes, the items on the consent agenda as well. For those, for myself as well, this is going to be out on the ACC Family Protection Center out on Lexington Road. And what I found really interesting was that what we're voting on also authorizes the staff to accept $200,000 in rebate from the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority Solar Resilience Program. And actually what that adds up to with the Sustainability 2011 money is that we invested a little under $1 million and got 500,000 additional grant monies as well. And I think that actually follows up on what Commissioner Thornton was talking about. And there's a lot of talk about the green jobs pipeline and equity that's coming from Washington on this issue. And there's going to be a lot of money as well. And that I think we as a community are really set to take advantage of. I also wanted to take this opportunity to draw attention to there's a solar concept on the Athens-Clarke County Library that's going up there, and that'll be going up after the roof has been replaced. And really importantly, that on the consent agenda as well, we also, it's listed as a review of LEED certification program, but we also are approving we already approved new standards and procedures to be followed in the design, construction, alteration of any Athens-Clarke County owned buildings. And basically, we've significantly strengthened our sustainability public building requirements to reduce energy, water, and materials use, to increase the use of passive energy design, the use of building electrification, so we can transition to other renewable energy sources, require EV charging stations, increase energy efficiency, and lower operating expenses. There's reporting procedures prior to and after the building, so we make sure that we're planning and follow up. And there's also a commitment to revise the policy when we pass our clean energy program next year that's coming out of the 100% energy work. This is all really, really exciting stuff. I want to thank all of staff that have put so much time into this and getting it where it is, and encourage anyone who's out there listening to go read the whole long new building code. There's many details that I didn't cover, but it's right there in your agenda reports online. And I'm done. So anyway, thank you, and I'm excited about this all.
Appreciate that. Any further input on this item? All right. We have a motion and a second. Motion from Commissioner Houle, second from Commissioner Thornton. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All right. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. All right. We're going to move on to item 26, which is an extension of the parklet program. I know there's a commission-defined option on this. Commissioner Houle, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I got something caught in my throat right as I tried to speak. So I hope everybody's had a chance to review this commission-defined option. Many of us have gotten a chance to speak to it. In short, it seeks to do what staff asked in terms of extending the parklet program, but since that only applies to restaurants and we would need to separately extend the outdoor retail area pilot program, it changes the staff recommendation to also extend that, both of them through any local emergency associated with COVID-19. That's the local emergency. And then third, it's requesting that you, Mr. Mayor, assign to the Government Operations Committee the development of an ongoing parklet program with consideration of the aforementioned areas and additional partial street closures for implementation beyond the local emergency associated with COVID-19, and on a timeline for it to be brought before us for consideration in advance of the expiration of the local emergency order. And so I'd like to make a motion to approve that CDO, and I have two comments on it before I kick it over to my colleagues. One is, I know that we had at least one business owner write to us with concerns about this area. And while this gets kind of deep in the weeds, I would like to ask staff to consider maybe modifying the signage or the display at the top of West Washington Street so that it doesn't look like the road is closed, but maybe just says lane closed or something more inviting that maybe even celebrates the parklet program happening, but at least, makes clear that the road is still open and the businesses there are open for business and want people to come. And the other thing I wanted to make clear, just because many of us have been receiving comments from concerned business owners and employees and members of the community about our bar closure time, that this does not in any way relate to when the bars close. This proposal is separate from that. So,
thank you.
I'll second.
All right, got a motion from Commissioner Houle, a second from Commissioner Link, input from Commissioner Davenport.
Really quick. So, Commissioner Houle, one thing that I caught, because I accept this. So, DOC, the Government Ops Committee, it states that we bring recommendation back to the Mayor Commission before the expiration of the local emergency order, correct? So let's say, so Mayor, do you feel that that the local emergency order will be rescinded by the end of the month? So what I'm trying to get at is just this timeline, like.
And I'm appreciate you kind of asking that question, Commissioner Davenport. Certainly, given the pace of vaccination in the area, we're going to have some emergency needs. I would anticipate at least through midsummer. And so, what I'm glad to see this go to government operations. What I would ask them to do is to bring it back following the item that they're currently discussing. So just make that next in the hopper.
Mayor, I have a question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, Commissioner Hamby.
Sure, thank you. This just basically continues what we're doing, doesn't apply to bars. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Except in the West Washington Street area.
Except in that retail area.
Yeah.
Right. I got you. Thank you.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I want to thank Commissioner Hull for taking the lead on this, and the other commissioners for participating in it. I've been an advocate for parklets since long before the pandemic was ever a thing. So I'm very excited to see this extended and a possibility of a more permanent parklet program, so we can offer these opportunities in particular areas into the foreseeable future. These parklets have been a thing in cities like Chicago and San Francisco and London for years. And, last time I was in Nashville a few years ago, I noticed that a little bistro had taken over the parking spots out front and built a deck. So it's not an uncommon thing, and it really contributes to the economic viability of small businesses and the street vitality. So I'm really looking forward to having this conversation in GovOps and how we can have a permanent parklet program that works for our community.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any further input on this item? All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Houle. Commissioner, go right ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to speak to Commissioner Davenport's concern regarding timing. And I guess I'd ask that we keep the language of the CDO the same, just to set the intention that we want to get this back, ideally in time for a smooth transition from the temporary situation we're in to a more permanent situation. But totally understanding, A, this is a request of the mayor, and B, I would not want it to cut the line for the item, the police advisory board item that's currently under consideration. But just to kind of make clear that our intention, insofar as it's feasible, is to get this back before ourselves in time for a smooth transition.
So I'm sorry,
Go ahead, Commissioner. Yeah, go right ahead.
So what you're asking for, and I did read it, and is to go to GOC and their recommendations come back to us. Is that it in a nutshell?
That's exactly right.
Totally.
So we're not making no final decisions today, or this is going to go to the committee.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
Sure. And I did ask, I will be assigning this sort of broader question of seating in public areas, given that we have some short blocks or partial blocks, where there aren't even any parking spaces, where we may want to consider temporary closures at times. All right, got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, number 27 is an extension of the College Square outdoor dining area. And I apologize, I'm toggling over there on my other monitor. All right, and there's a commission-defined option on this one. Commissioner Link, the first signatory. Commissioner Link, do you want to begin conversation?
Yeah, this is talking about College Square. We've had a lot of success with this during the pandemic, providing outdoor space, safe outdoor gathering space and dining space. And College Square as a permanent town square has been a point of conversation for literally decades. I mean, at least as long as I've lived in Athens. I moved here in 1993. So we see this as this is an ideal segue to follow through on that. And staff did do some surveying and found overwhelming support for it. We've also seen the traffic studies and shown that it's had no negative impact on downtown traffic. So what we're asking is for staff to go ahead and take that step towards making this a permanent thing. Let's stick with the status quo right now, where we have these kind of movable elements, but let's begin this process of community discussion on a permanent College Square, a proper square. It's never been a proper town square with cars moving through it. That's not a square. So we have several bullet points that kind of outlines that process to ensure that it is an inclusive community process. There are already groups out there in the community that are envisioning what this might look like and what it might include. So we kind of outline, a community, a mayor-appointed committee, a citizen committee that would be the guiding force for it to consider proposals from throughout the community outline the assurance that it is a diverse and inclusive committee. We're asking that the funding for this process, because it's, it is going to be a process. We foresee it being a multi-year process. But, they will need some guidance from professional planners, and it, include the kind of input process like charrettes and pechakucha, the kind of things that really invite creative public input and feedback and back and forth discussion about things. So I really look forward to this process. I think it could be really fun and very community building and help create a space that truly, truly belongs to the entire community and is welcome to all people in this community, all ages, all races, all socioeconomic statuses. So I will move that we approve this CDO.
Got a motion from Commissioner Link and a second from Commissioner Denson. Before I move on to other commission input, Assistant Manager Edwards, is there anything process-wise that I need to make sure is addressed as we move forward?
Yeah, just from the staff perspective, I think we understand your vision and the scale that you're requesting for public engagement. I think that all makes sense and it is a good idea. I think our concern is that we don't have the capacity to potentially do that. So I just wanted to understand kind of, are you expecting to budget for that public engagement as part of the budget process or other funding mechanisms, or you're just wanting to make sure?
Yes, and that is kind of addressed. We're talking about FY22 budgeting and other sources, including but not limited to grants, donors, public fundraising, stimulus funding, and or a future T-SPLOST program. So it may be years, before we get the funding to actually put into action such a vision, but let's begin that process, at least begin by having some community conversations and having some small amount of money to begin those, small amount of money through our FY22 budget, which would become available by, July, August of this year.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wright.
Thank you. I'm in support of us moving ahead with this so that some decisions can be made, and not with the if we permanently close it. I do want some clarification in Facts and Issues 10. It speaks to the plan that the staff had as far as it being the original agenda item being just to extend it and continue to get online surveys. Due to what I would call a very lame participation rate of 78 individuals, I don't consider this to be a significant number of people that we would expect input from. Will that continue to be online while we move ahead so that we can get more input?
Commissioner Wright, I don't see any reason why we couldn't keep asking for input, and we could even change the questions we're asking based on y'all's guidance.
Yeah, and I also want to be conscious of and not ignore the staff's timeline that they were anticipating. They obviously have piles of work on their desk, and for us to move this faster, I think I would like us to continue to have that robust input, but not try to rush it, so that we can get the information out about what we want to do and how we want more input for it. And if that survey can stay on there, and that's one way to help. And then as we get different ideas, hopefully this can be something we can get a good back and forth of what we're looking at when we want public input, and continue to get diverse input and ideas from the community. My husband had his figure drawing class right in the middle of it today. So it's a great opportunity for a lot of things.
Thanks, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Davenport.
Yes. So thank you, Commissioner Wright and Link. So originally I was going to, because I hear that I actually like the idea of closing College Square, because it's a great public benefit. It's great for many of our festivals and it's a great attraction and draw. I think some of the concerns that the business owners and some of the opposition may have will be, I think there's more public benefit for this to be closed. But my concern was, original concern was like, the rush, because, staff had already said let's extend it till July 31st. And I would like, but I do like the fact that the community would be able to provide more input. I just hope that my colleagues will, accept that input. But, just encourage people in the community, who support it and don't support it to, to please visit the ACC Gov website and to, provide their input on, not only just the vision, but the closure of College Square.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Thornton.
I had also come prepared to not support this until I saw Commissioner Wright's husband's picture of his work downtown. That is what changed my mind. And the reasons that I was not going to support it, one, I agree, 70-something input is nothing. It doesn't speak to if that's what the community wants. My other thing, Commissioner Link and Assistant Manager Edwards addressed, I wish we would have had some dollar amounts tied to this, at least a roundabout figure. I wish we would have had a plan, maybe that we talked to UGA's environmental design department about a charrette that Commissioner Link mentioned. I wish those things would be in place. I'm going to support it, but I think I would have been, I think that and to say that this is to come out of the 2020 budget, that's a little bothersome to me, because we have a lot of other things going on. And if I have to weigh it later on, this may not be a top priority. So I really think that when I go down there and I see everybody out, it reminds me of when I went to Virginia, and it's beautiful to see that type. So this isn't, an isolated situation, but I wish that we would do a little bit more fact finding instead of this passion. But again, after I saw Jean doing that today, that is the only reason that I'm going to go ahead on and support it, because I saw great potential in that photo.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Edwards.
I served as president of the Downtown Athens Business Association, and my wife and I, of course, have a business downtown and own property downtown. And I was speaking with one of the most affected property owners downtown today, and it's a conversation I've had with this individual for years, and the time is right to move forward with this. I think seeing is believing. We talked for a long time, but the vision behind this pilot project has really shown folks how great this square can be. And it's been a tremendous asset and positive for businesses in the downtown area throughout the pandemic. It's been an attractive asset for our community that's increased economic productivity throughout the pandemic. And I think we've seen how our sales tax receipts compared to surrounding counties have outperformed. So I'm very happy to support this, and I look forward to supporting a T-SPLOS project. I think would be appropriate to gather the public input and build out the more permanent infrastructure attributes that would make this square the best it could be. Staff has already done a phenomenal job with the picnic tables and the planters. It's a great place to be, and I think with T-SPLOS funding behind it, that I'm assure the entire community would get the support of the community will be even better and more beautiful. So I look forward to supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Edwards. Commissioner Myers.
I'm supporting this as well because I think we don't want to go back. This is too important of space. We've been waiting so long to get this open for the public. And I think right now, after a year of COVID, we even know more importantly how public spaces are essential for congregation, for people to see each other. In terms of money going towards this, I think we can take our time. I mean, there are people over at UGA who spend times, there's a landscape architect friend of mine who had his whole class focusing on major projects on the Lexington corridor, which, never got out there. I'm sure there'd be plenty of people at the university who are working on design who will jump at an opportunity to use this as a project. It's great as it is right now. I love being down there, seeing people. I think we could go 2 years without it changing and just keeping it clean and changing those plans, and we'd have a really happy community. So I am totally in support of this and looking forward to getting people's ideas. I do think that if we keep the page open for the input, I just pulled that up. I think we do want to add a couple more questions in there about, dreaming about what would you love to see happen here, and just give people an opportunity to sort of brainstorm and dream and gather up those ideas here. Anyway, thank you. And thank you for all of you who put together this CDO.
Thanks, Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. Mostly want to just thank my colleagues for putting this together. It's great. I'm really glad to hear that it sounds like we've got basically consensus on this, hopefully, which is awesome. So I won't belabor the points I thought I might be needing to make here. But I did have a question for Assistant Manager Edwards just regarding Clayton Street as it moves forward, and if or how approval of this tonight might affect any of the sidewalk design, curb cutting, or the public art that we voted on recently in terms of how that's implemented in that intersection with College Square.
Well, I think it could definitely impact the Clayton Street project. I think the way y'all are describing it, and taking time to understand the vision for it, that will, basically what will happen is Clayton Street's going to go through, the project's going to go through and be done, and how this is envisioned will then come after the fact. And so I think it will be up to that public input, up to that visioning to consider how it connects to it. But I think based on what I'm hearing from y'all's timing, the contractor is scheduled to begin work on that intersection in 2 months or less. And so that work's going to have happened. And I think that's why kind of what y'all are describing is really kind of into the future and envisioning how it connects. But I think that can definitely be done whenever the funding is there and whenever the vision is put together. But yeah, Clayton Street's going to keep going, and we're focused on getting that done.
Awesome. Well, my only other thought on this with the remaining time is just, I know Athens Anti-Discrimination Movement, AADM, has done a lot of work galvanizing the public to get input on what could go here. So I do hope that organization might be engaged within this process, ideally earlier on. And thanks, y'all.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll just be brief. I think this is fantastic. I think we need to go ahead and move forward with what already is a great community gathering place for our downtown area. I'm very excited that if this passes here, we would basically have created 2 downtown parks in one meeting, when previous to that, we've had 0. So it's great to go from 0 to 2. But just also to speak to the public out there about how this will impact traffic is that, ACC Transportation Public Works did a traffic study on this and the impacts of this closure on College Avenue. And they stated there does not appear to be an impact to the downtown traffic circulation with closing of College Avenue at Clayton Street. In fact, it has a positive impact on the movement on Broad Street and increased safety for the vast amounts of pedestrians crossing Broad Street. And on top of that, this makes it safer, obviously, for pedestrians in general, giving them a gathering space. So I'm very excited to see us move this forward, and that's all I'll say.
Thanks, Commissioner. Circling back to Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and address some of the comments that Commissioner Thornton brought up, because I believe that the CDO itself is deliberately intended to address those concerns that she has. The CDO actually does call for charrettes and does call for increased community input. That's precisely what it's about. I'll go ahead and read it for the benefit of the public, because I do believe it's important that the public understand that this is intended to be a wholly inclusive public process moving forward. And it's not going to be a quick process. It's going to be something that takes, a couple to 3 or 4 years, and we'll seek funding sources from assorted directions and involve the kind of professionals that Commissioner Thornton mentions. So I'll go ahead and read it. Authorize staff to close College Square to vehicular traffic, allowing for emergency access as well as construction and large loading access with advance notice. Authorize staff to pursue concepts and funding sources to create a vibrant and inclusive public space via a comprehensive public input process that broadly engages the overall community with the goal of inclusivity and diversity of age, race, culture, and socioeconomic status. Surveying downtown business owners, inviting artists' input, and soliciting feedback from special event organizers and other stakeholders. This process should be overseen by a diverse citizen visioning committee and include community-wide creative visioning processes that invite ideas and proposals from the general citizenry, enabling equitable feedback on such ideas and proposals from the greater community. Funding to begin this process will be identified in the 2022 budget and through other sources, including but not limited to grants, donors, public fundraising, stimulus funding, and or future TSPLOS programs. So I believe that funding that we might identify in this year's budget would be a fairly limited amount that would simply get this process started. And the process would really begin by having the mayor appoint a citizen committee, a diverse citizen committee that hopefully would include some of those College of Environmental Design professionals and folks from the broader, more diverse community, and to begin a visioning process that will very likely take a couple, 2, 3, 4 years.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Thornton.
I think reading it makes me even more want to back away. 2 things that you said. You said a portion of money of the 2022 budget. With the issues that folk that I represent, that could be a lot when we're talking about some of the basic needs. And the other thing is we're asking staff to take on a monumental project and not taking in consideration all the work they already have to do. I'm going to support this because I think it will, in the long term, really highlight Athens and generate money, and it'll be a place where people will enjoy. But I am bothered when there are dollars attached prematurely, and especially when it comes from when you're talking about the general budget, and we got some more really significant needs. And I am concerned about our staff and taxing now. So yeah, this is going to be a great thing, and I support it. So with that, I'll leave it alone. But those are my considerations, and we spend money not knowing where it's going to come from sometimes, and then other things go lacking. I'm just like old school like that. I'm very practical, down to earth, okay? But I love the idea. I think that this is the way to go, and I'll wait to find out more as we move along.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just before turning it back to Commissioner Link, excuse me, I would note, I certainly read the agenda item as expansive in terms of potential future funding sources. And while I'm sure there would be some potential FY22 impact that could be simply observation of the questionnaire that'll be out there online with some of those other activities for future funding, such as T-Plus 2022 and beyond. So, Commissioner Link?
Yes, I just want to address Commissioner Thornton's concerns, because this CDO is specifically intended to relieve the burden off staff by creating a citizen community, and and engaging the community costs money. So relieving staff by having a citizen committee and authorizing them to perhaps seek that professional assistance to do that community engagement, that will relieve the burden off staff, and it will help ensure that we do get that broader community input as we move on to next steps. So the very purpose of this CDO is to address the very issues that you're concerned about, relieving the burden off staff and engaging the greater community.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, everybody ready to vote?
Yep.
Commissioner Houle?
I just was hoping that someone could elaborate quite quickly, perhaps you, Mr. Mayor, about the rainbow crosswalk. I know and I think others have been getting a lot of questions about that, and it's related to these. So just the timing of that while we're in this meeting.
Great question. And so in my earlier conversation, by earlier, this was more than a couple months ago, given the engineering necessities of completing the new Clayton Street streetscape prior to the crosswalk, we would have to have sort of moved down. We'd have to have the new curb line and the new asphalt on the surface, and then the crosswalk painting would follow that. So I don't know if System Manager Edwards, there's anything else to add to that.
No, Mr. Mayor, but we can get more timing information if that's requested. We can get that to y'all in follow-up report.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright.
Well, now that you've broadened it a little bit, it was in our when we voted on this, closing the square temporarily. We added in the rainbow crosswalk as part of the enhancement to that area, as well as when we improved that safety corridor over to my district where the arch is, right? The crosswalk. Mr. Mayor, wasn't that all in the same item?
So yeah, the funding was allocated then, just in terms of the sort of nuts and bolts. Obviously, we have to have the new concrete and the new asphalt down before we can paint the crosswalk. So
right, exactly.
I think that was what Commissioner Gould was asking about.
And I think that the same thing with the continued input, like they said, the 78 people, that the input wasn't at this kind of detail of, making sure that the crosswalk is envisioned, like I think most of us are thinking, is a vibrant crosswalk, not across College Square that's now going to be closed. And that was part of it initially, that we wanted to pick what would be an appropriate active crosswalk that did enhance people's coming across it and with traffic and with pedestrians. But that's just my opinion. I look forward, as just move forward, deciding just which crosswalk or area does get that thermoplastic paint job or whatever the latest is for doing that. But it is tied within it and that area. Or are you saying it can be crossing Clayton as long as one of the corners of the crosswalk is College Square?
What I would ask of staff is just that they return to us with the design of that as they begin to stage, the final street treatment on top of Clayton Street.
Gotcha. And this helps knowing that across College, that one is now going to be closed. It's not going to need to be a crosswalk, right? Because
I think even if we don't have funds yet identified for the treatment of College Square between Clayton and Broad Street, it probably will help engineering wise in some elements. Certainly, I think staff will be able to recognize, well, there are going to be bollards there that create an opportunity for regular closure and just identification of some of those tidbits as they move forward.
All right, thank you.
And just as follow-up, we'll have more info in the follow-up report, but we're looking at early 2022 for repaving. So that's just kind of in general the timing.
Great. Thanks, Josh. All right, we have a motion on the floor in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? All right. Hearing no opposition, motion carries. All right. We are going to move on to, number 28, the Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant and Substance Abuse Site-Based Program.
I'll make a motion to approve, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, there's an ordinance with this, a budget ordinance, attachment 1.
All right. Go ahead and read the ordinance if you could, please, Attorney Drake.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2021 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council for expenses related to one additional full-time grant-funded program coordinator / project manager position and related operating expenses for the Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant and Substance Abuse Site-Based Program, COSAP, and for other purposes.
Motion to approve.
All right. Got a motion from Commissioner Hamby, a second from Commissioner Edwards. Any further input on this item? All right, this another great compliment to the behavioral health and substance use support work that's being done in this community. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, item number 29 is a sidewalk cafe ordinance modification for East Clayton Street. There's some dimensional observations that staff was able to make as they did the Clayton Street work, and so that requires an ordinance update for the public, simply to allow continuity of those sidewalk cafe areas in front of the businesses where they have been, and so it just required some updating to the specific references of dimensions in our code. And Attorney Drake, if you could read this ordinance. You're muted, Attorney Drake.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to sidewalk cafes and for other purposes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby, a second from Commissioner Hool. Any questions or input on this item? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, we're moving on to new business. So I need a motion for suspension of rules. Do I hear one?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Edwards for suspension of rules. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, we're able to move on to new business. Of course, pursuant with item 30 to commission defined option request of the commission, there was a new round of indigent service funding opportunity available. And I think it was referenced earlier in the evening, but I do want any of the public who are viewing to know that the much larger pool of available funds, nearly $60 million of federal funds, will be under its initial discussion by the commission on the 15th. And many of the kinds of services that are discussed in the context of this agenda item are pointedly and specifically the kinds of things that are available for those federal American Rescue Act funds, including those things that resulted from economic impact or health impacts, including in partnership, and the federal language specifies including in partnership with community agencies. So be looking for that meeting the evening of the 15th on accgov.com. All right, we have a recommendation from staff, motion or any input from commissioners.
I move to accept.
Got a motion from Commissioner Denson.
Thank you.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Denson, second from Commissioner Davenport. Other input? All right, Commissioner Hool.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to confirm with staff, I guess Assistant Manager Edwards, there's a lot of folks who applied for this, and there's only so much that can go around in this round. And so, acknowledging the need that's already been talked about a bit tonight for nonprofit capacity building and training. I did see in some of those extra documents, which are added to the agenda item today for anyone who wants to give them a look in the public, that the HCD grant specialists will be available to provide feedback on all applications that are not selected for funding, and they will be able to provide individualized feedback and suggestions to improve future applications. Could you also confirm, System Manager Edwards, if they'll be able, can they proactively just reach out to everyone to let them know, at least just like a brief, copy paste maybe of what's in that document to kickstart that conversation and initiate that engagement?
Commissioner Houle, thanks for the question. Our goal will be to reach out once Mayor and Commission approve grant awards, and we will reach out individually. HCD is planning on doing that to individual applicants to your point, offer advice, feedback, and share the review committee's comments. So it will be individualized, and hopefully what this does is set up opportunities to work with the nonprofits in future rounds of funding and set up future training opportunities to continue to build that skill set.
Thank you for clarifying that very much, and I'm really glad that staff is there for that. I don't want to belabor the point too much from earlier, but just to reiterate briefly that I really hope that HCD can take a proactive approach in assisting community organizations to skill build for grant applications, both for the applications for federal funds that we manage and also for funds that are available through grants from the government, private foundations, and otherwise that are beyond our purview. My understanding is that might go a bit beyond what they currently have capacity for, so I'd be very interested in entertaining any proposals that would seek to build that capacity. That seems like an important component of whatever we do moving forward to collaborate with community partners. And certainly, there's a lot of people doing really good work that did not necessarily get included in this recommendation. And so I really hope that we can do our best to support and work with them as we anticipate this next round of stimulus money coming, which we'll be discussing next week. It's a much larger pot, so there's a lot more to go around, and it's a lot less restricted, so we have a less restrictive timeline to work with as well. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Link.
Yeah, from what I understand, some of the requests were denied because the applications didn't make it in on time. Some of which were told they were going to be considered, and the reason they were delayed was because of technical difficulties, not because the applications weren't ready. From what I understand, screenshots were shared to prove that they were attempting to be submitted. So I would ask that as we can have that conversation about this $60 million next week, that we come ready to authorize staff to reconsider the applications that have already been submitted, even if they were late, and also in the meantime, provide that full feedback to those that were denied for other reasons, and provide them with the opportunity to resubmit in a way that might actually qualify. So we can prioritize these organizations that already have proposals shovel ready and get that money out the door as soon as it's available to organizations that are already ready to implement it in the community. And then we can discuss a bigger vision for the rest of the $60 million, because quite frankly, this $400 and something thousand we're handing out is peanuts, really peanuts. And, we really need to continue with whatever funds we can get on whatever's ready to go, and have that larger envisioning to really, really invest in a sustainable infrastructure in this community, especially when it comes to homelessness, housing, and jobs, good jobs.
And Commissioner, definitely on the 15th, we'll begin to lay that groundwork. And fortunately, and I think somebody's already said it here, that those funds extend to the end of calendar 2024. So that more sustainable planning, that more foundational planning is something that I'd certainly anticipate we're able to pursue there. Other commission input? All right, I have a motion and a second. Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what we all know is that there's a lot of people in this community doing a lot of things, and this was a small pot of money, and to encourage everyone to watch our special call session next week on the American Rescue Plan. If you submitted, to go in there right away and follow up with HCD and get your input on that and be ready to move forward, because we're all working together to help the community, and we need to support each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. I have a motion on the floor and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? All right.
I oppose.
All right. All right. Clerk Spratland, please note that. Number 30, Commissioner Thornton opposed. All right. All right. Moving on to item 31. This is an ordinance to provide for the creation of tax allocation district advisory committees. This just follows up our discussion of the mechanism for engagement with the public by embedding it in our code. So certainly entertain a motion for approval.
Mr. Mayor, if I could read the ordinance heading.
Go right ahead, Attorney Drake.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia to provide for the creation of tax allocation district advisory committees and for other purposes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby, a second from Commissioner Edwards. Any further input? Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you or Assistant Manager Williams clarify what the difference is between this and the redevelopment agency, where I know we've been seeking to, figure out how to effectively collaborate with the school districts?
Absolutely. So the tax allocation district advisory committees are just that. They are advisory, and they are residents of Athens-Clarke County. The first one of these has already been meeting regarding Lexington. It is kind of the guinea pig, if you will, for the others that will emerge in the coming months. And so these bodies will review the terms of our tax allocation district goal set in conjunction with the specific geography of each of those areas, North Avenue, Lexington, the mall area, et cetera. And they will make a recommendation to this body, and then this body in all of the tax allocation districts except for the mall serves as that redevelopment authority. And currently Attorney Drake is collaborating with Attorney Pruitt, who operates as counsel for the Clarke County School District, to create a new redevelopment body specific to that district, since that was the one that they sought to collaborate with us around. Further questions on this item? All right, I have a motion on the floor and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, item 32 is the request to rename Carriage Lane to Thumpa Avenue. And what this item would do is forward the request to planning so they could develop the scope of work necessary. And it's in Commissioner Wright's district, so I'm going to turn it over to her.
Thank you very much. I am not going to even begin to try to cover as well as Ms. Smith did. I appreciate her coming in. If anybody wants to listen back at the meeting, she spoke at about 8:16 and covered the work that she has brought forward to me to share to get this to this point and then the next point. And so it's a request from family members as well as her as a community member to have Carriage Lane, which now has Greenway Trail at the dead end of it, and that's where the Clark Gardens neighborhood is as well, to Thumpa Avenue, in honor of the life and impact of Ariel Thumper Calloway. So, Mr. Mayor, the timeline, we might see this for a vote in the next cycle or the next. Is that reasonable or ambitious?
I'm going to ask Assistant Manager Edwards. Certainly planning has to do some evaluation and has to inform us about kind of number of addresses impacted, kind of nature of the prospective signage, those kind of things. I'm not sure exactly how long that takes. Josh, I don't know if you want to weigh in there.
Yeah, sure. Commissioner Wright, we've got two of these requests operating under the old policy. And so both the Odd Street request and then this request potentially could go to the May Planning Commission meeting. So Odd Street they already have, and they were planning to discuss in May. I did talk to the planning director, Brad Griffin, and he mentioned he wants to try, if this is approved, to add this one to the May Planning Commission meeting as well. And so if it gets added and they are able to do their work in time for that, then both would come forward to the full mayor and commission in the May-June cycle for approval.
Okay, that's very helpful because just knowing or being reminded that it goes through the Planning Commission first is a key element to the next steps. And I am anticipating a letter of support for this from the fraternity that may be the only address involved. And so I'll make sure that I will get that as soon as possible so it can follow what you're doing. Is that appropriate?
That's great, and we'll make sure to keep you informed about the timing of this request and if we're able to get it on the May Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. Could we also get an update on the status of the renaming applications for those 2 leisure services facilities? Where those are at and if a similar action needs to be taken by this body to move those along?
Yeah, so I actually have the old policy in front of me related to that, and I think to answer that question, we've received the request, and in talking to Manager Williams, he's talked with Mayor Gertz about that request. The next thing, based on the policy, is for that to come forward to the full mayor and commission. So, what's likely to happen is that, and this could happen as soon as the next agenda cycle, is for there to be an agenda item drafted related to that. There's some things that we're working through in order to draft that, but we expect that to come forward based on the mayor's guidance. So I'd hand that off to him, kind of to finish that.
Yes. So my hope is the April-May cycle for those 2 leisure services, and for members of the public. There's a different process when it's a government facility versus a public street, which obviously has addresses attached to it. And so that those route through the planning department and thus planning commission. I believe you spoke to this, Commissioner Wright, but would you like to make a motion for approval?
Oh, I am so sorry. Thank you. That's the 3rd time you reminded me. I appreciate it. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve this moving forward through the processes.
I second it.
Thank you. I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Thornton. Any further input on this item? All right. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye. Aye. Mayor, may I just say one thing?
Please.
And I didn't know when to chime in, and I surely do not want to take the spotlight off of Thumper Lane, but I appreciate County Assistant Manager Edwards bringing up Odd Street, because I know some people are going to be watching and they're not going to figure out what happened. And Commissioner Parker and I may be getting calls. So the Odd Street to be named after Rosa Nell Howard, that has been led by Mildred Lyle, that is already in the hopper of the Planning Commission. And this one will go to the Planning Commission for those who do not understand that process. So everything is good.
That's correct, Commissioner Thornton. And the only question to make sure is that they're both on the same agenda, but we know that the Odd Street request is on the May agenda cycle for the Planning Commission, and we're going to try to add this new one.
Thank you for that, Avita and Josh. I think I actually failed to ask, is there anyone opposed? Of course not. Hearing none, motion carries. And we're moving on to item number 33, which is a resolution authorizing settlement of litigation in the sum, I apologize, I'm going to toggle forward, of $37,500. Do I hear a motion for approval?
Second.
Got a motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Hamby. Any input on this item? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, we're moving on to item number 34. This is our 15th declaration, if you can believe that, of a local state of emergency related to COVID-19. Do I hear a motion for approval?
May I read the ordinance, Mr. Mayor?
Please do. Thank you.
An ordinance for the 15th declaration of a local state of emergency related to COVID-19 and for other purposes.
So move. Motion approved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Edwards. Input from Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I just want to remind people out there that this pandemic is still highly active in our community and even more highly active in some of our adjacent communities. So I want to urge folks to continue to stay safe, continue to wear your masks, continue to do your social distancing, avoiding large gatherings with people that you don't know, and you certainly don't know their vaccination status. I want to encourage businesses to, if you're going to host some large events, to require vaccination status confirmation. And I want to encourage everyone to do everything in their power to get vaccinated and to see to it that your family, friends, neighbors are. It's not exactly easy. There's a lot of hunting and pecking on the internet and waiting around for calls back. In a lot of cases, a lot of people have to drive an hour or more. We've got a high demand in this community, and resources have been pulled from this community. We don't have the National Guard. We don't have travel nurses to help out our local Department of Health officials. So we have to kind of go above and beyond. And I've been in discussions with Department of Health and our neighborhood leaders. We're working on figuring out how to do a couple of mass vaccination events in Athens where people don't have to necessarily sign up ahead of time, where we can work with community organizations that are embedded in communities that are more vulnerable and are less likely to have the time and energy and know-how to get vaccinated. We have a local dance troupe, a dance company here in town, the Canopy Aerial Dance. They've partnered with a local pharmacy, and they will be holding a walk-up mass vaccination event on a Saturday. If they can do it, I believe this local government can do it as well. So Commissioner Thornton and I have been having this discussion, and I'm working with Representative Fry. And I would ask that this local government provide any resources possible when we have some ducks in a row to figure out how to have this kind of event where folks can just come to a familiar place in their own community and walk up and have someone help them fill out the paperwork and get their vaccination. Because we cannot justify any real return to normalcy until we have a high herd immunity rate, a high prevalence of vaccinated community members, and also until we get some confirmation from UGA that they're going to require vaccination for UGA students, because these kids are a part of our community and they're some of the most highly infected members of our community and the ones most likely to engage in the kind of behavior that keeps this virus active and mutating and becoming more infectious. And we're never going to get rid of this thing if we allow it to keep circulating. It's been revealed just today that some of these mutated variants are more infectious among children, and they are not getting vaccinated. So I just want to put that out there. This is not over. Stay safe, get vaccinated, get everybody else you can vaccinated.
Thank you, Commissioner. I do appreciate members of the public continuing to be diligent. I had to go out on Lexington Highway to pick up some mulch and some concrete for some work I'm doing at my home today, and was impressed at the level of mask wearing out there, even in that environment. I do want to thank everybody in the public sector who's supporting vaccination, between the UGA clinic, the Medical Partnership Mobile Lab, and the Department of Public Health. We're putting 5,000 shots in arms every week right here in Athens-Clarke County. And again, that's just the public side. And then you have great partners like Innovative Healthcare, certainly lots of local pharmacies, and many others. You mentioned Canopy, who are doing a great job with getting out there into other corners of the community. But we have some diligence ahead of us. So thank you for that. Any further input? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. All right. Only thing for me tonight in terms of mayoral report is that assignment to government operations of the use of our streets for seeding both partial streets as well as whole blocks. And so government operations can take that up as soon as they're done with their current assignment. Anything from management or staff? Assistant Manager Edwards?
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Anything from the Auditor's Office, Madam Auditor?
I don't have anything tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Anything from the Attorney's Office, Attorney Drake?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. We'll go ahead and do round robin. Commissioner Hamby had to get off to work, but I'm going to begin with Commissioner Thornton and then go down to Commissioner Davenport. You're muted, Commissioner Thornton.
I knew you were going to start on this end, and hopefully next month you'll start on the other end, okay? I really want to say how much I appreciate working with Commissioner Link, with the Department of Health, and finding a way or options to help people with vaccines. We got an email today that for people administrative help for Dr. Lester was one of the problems, but or one of the challenges. And after meeting, we found a way that people can sign up to help with vaccines in Athens-Clarke County. We mentioned about, again, Commissioner Link was talking about the vaccines, but I did appreciate working with the Neighborhood Health Center and Mr. Howard Weber to set up vaccines that are going to be held at the Sparrow's Nest on the 16th, and also at the Veterans Station building. I think the one on Sunset. And I think those are the kind of collaborations that we are all looking for. And Phillips Grove, which is Commissioner Davenport's church, they're going to be hosting vaccines, I think, on the 17th at the Elizabeth King Center. So there are some positive things going on as far as the vaccines are concerned. And I definitely want to give another shout out to Innovative Healthcare. They have been given vaccines before a lot of the other programs have come into the community, and we do appreciate that. And the last thing I want to close out, well, one thing I want to close out with is last week we had a meeting, Commissioner Davenport and I met with about 60 something people to talk about local government and the American Rescue Plan. Mayor, I guess I'll wait until after next week, but I think that there's some conversations that people want to have with this commission about this, especially after the situation with the CDBG, the last monies. I do want to say this, even though I voted against the funding, I totally wish all of those who received funding the best. But I do think we have to do better in preparing folk. That was my only reason for voting against the motion. So I'm real pleased about where we are and what we're doing. Mayor and Commission, I hope that you'll be available to meet with the people who came out in the rain and in the cold, and because they care, they just need some direction and some help. And that's what we should be about. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I want to thank everyone in the community working on getting all those vaccines in everyone's arms. And I'm hoping maybe the next time we meet, will we all have 2 vaccines? I will. Anyway, so I'm excited about that for many, many purposes for all of us. I want to just give 2 couple of thank yous to some of our staff. Mike Matthews at the airport gave my fellow newbie commissioner Jesse Houle and I an overview of the airport and its importance to the community. We had a lot of fun out there as well. And I also want to thank Mike Wharton. He offered a tour of Rocket Shoals that I went to on the weekend, where I learned about that area, and I learned how dedicated to protecting it Commissioner Davenport is. I look forward to going out there in 2 weeks for the evening tour, where I will hear the frogs. and look at the stars. I want to encourage citizen input. There's a lot going on right now. I think people have gotten, everyone's sort of gotten removed from public events, but there's continued citizen input needed on the Lexington corridor and the Atlanta Highway corridors, and that's available online through the 18th. There are these citizen boards that we have, like 6 boards with positions, and I just want us to have as many people and as most diverse a pool of people that we can look at. So I encourage people to look into that, and those are due on Friday of this week. So jump on that. And the last thing I want is there's another really important citizen input going on this month, and that's with my favorite topic, Clean 100% Athens. There are town halls all through April on the 8th, the 10th, the 19th, the 22nd, 27th. Those are all virtual. And there's also a questionnaire community survey. So I encourage everyone who's listening and my fellow commissioners to get that information out to people in their commission so that we can really get input from different parts of the community to the community citizen advisory board that's working on that. Anyway, that's it for tonight.
Thanks, Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Edwards.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to solid waste staff for preparing that agenda report with the pictures of the eco stations, responding to my feedback. That made it more informative for us. I do plan on talking a little more with my colleagues about solid waste downtown, because I'm concerned about one of our employees who is tasked with using a gas leaf blower to blow around stuff every morning down there. And if you watch him work, there's just a cloud of brake dust and tire residue that he's breathing in every morning. And I'm really just concerned about the job that he's been assigned. I think it just would be a lot more effective if he just had a trash grabber and picked up litter that he finds. I don't think he needs to blow dust up into the air. It's also creating a big mess of residue on building facades, and I've had some business owners complain to me about it. It sort of creates a film of residue over all of the businesses downtown. Speaking of downtown, I am concerned about the timing of the Clayton Street project. I've heard again and again from business owners in that corridor, and I'm hoping that we can get more guidance and elucidation from staff as to maybe an updated timeline. I think we need an updated timeline. That would be really great to communicate with concerned business owners and constituents along Clayton Street. I know there was some expectation that things would be moving on a little bit quicker. I went and got my vaccine the other day. I went up to not the Athens-Clarke County Fairgrounds, but I went to the Habersham County Fairgrounds, about an hour and 15 minutes away, the closest Georgia Emergency Management Agency mass vaccination site. Very professionally done. Pretty crazy that we don't have a mass vaccination site here in Athens, Georgia. You know, we have a 50-person block party with music and dancing on College Square for Black Lives Matter. And all of a sudden, the governor is in our police chief's control center guiding the Georgia National Guard into downtown Athens. But when it comes time to deliver vaccines, the Georgia National Guard sets up camp an hour and 15 minutes away. And as a result of that decision, we have seen lagging vaccination rates in this county, and I think it's absolutely ridiculous. Athens is a regional center. It has the most concentrated poverty in the Northeast Georgia region. So many of our constituents do not have cars to drive an hour and 15 minutes. Why won't the governor set up a mass vaccination site in his hometown? You know, this time last year, I remember my colleagues and I were Googling, trying to find COVID test kits and nasopharyngeal swabs. And now, 1 year later, my colleagues are out here trying to track down vaccines and organizing mass vaccine drives. So I'm just sick of it, folks. I mean, I salute my colleagues like Commissioner Lincoln Thornton for working with area churches to try to track down these vaccines, to try to fill this vacuum left by our own neighbor, who is the governor of this state, who won't set up a mass vaccination site via GEMA in Athens-Clarke County, Georgia. But, if 50 people get together for Black Lives Matter, we get the cavalry coming into town with the Georgia National Guard. So, the disparity makes my head spin, and I just had to say something. It just wasn't lost on me that I had to drive to the Habersham County Fairgrounds to get a vaccine. Thank you,
Commissioner,
for just serving together with me to try to fill this leadership vacuum to serve this community through this crisis, because it has been a tremendous struggle for this county, because we've simply been left behind from the very first day. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I guess I'll start on my one disappointing note, because Commissioner Edwards has inspired me, and say there's a lot of disappointment in our state legislative session this time around. And among the many disappointments, we did not get our floating homestead exemption that we've been working on for 2 years. Sorry, this is the second time a spider has crawled on me during this closing remarks. Hopefully not a bad omen. And we also did not get our hotel motel tax, the penny increase in that, despite unanimous support of this body, as well as major business partners in town, including the Classic Center, the Chamber of Commerce, and local hotels and motels. So I hope that the state government will find it in themselves to do better and do right by this community and let the local leaders here lead. I do want to express my sincerest and best wishes to Frank Stevens, our Public Utilities Director, Butch McDuffie, our Transit Director, and our Assistant Attorney, Michael Petty, who are all moving on to brighter pastures, be they regarding retirement or other work. And I think they've all done really, really amazing stuff for this community and just deserve a whole lot of thanks, as does our staff in HCD, who had to pull together just a lot of really bananas stuff, kind of all through COVID and especially in this past month. I have a couple of town halls I'm planning with some community partners that I wanted to announce. One, they're kind of a fun twist on town halls. So one is the Stonehenge Ice Cream Social. That'll be on Saturday, April 24th from 2 to 4 p.m. at the Stonehenge Community Center, which is at 135 Alterstone Drive. There will be youth activities and free ice cream there. And school board member Mumby Anderson and the neighborhood leader for that area, Mykesha Ross, are helping plan this. We're also going to have District Attorney Deborah Gonzalez there and members of Georgia Legal Services and ACC staff, including at least Transportation and Public Works. So very thankful for all those partners to be there for that, and looking forward to it. And then a few weeks later, the Westwood Hills and River Bottom Block Party will be on Saturday, May 15th from 2 to 4 p.m. on the cul-de-sac at 240 Austin Drive. That will also be a kid-friendly event. It'll have a sound system at it because there's electricity there, so there will be some kind of music, perhaps live music. And that's also being planned with school board member Mummy Anderson and neighborhood leader Celia Losada, and there are some others who are going to be hopefully joining that as well. So really looking forward to those. Really could use volunteer help to help canvass and get the word out in those neighborhoods ahead of time, canvassing in a COVID-safe fashion, as well as during the event itself. And I do want to emphasize that these events will be all entirely outdoors and COVID safe, with masks required and safe distancing strongly encouraged, even for those who are already vaccinated, which, speaking of COVID safety and vaccination, please get vaccinated along with my colleagues. I'm excited. I got my first shot. I'm in the 2-shot Pfizer round. I know Commissioner Link referenced the Canopy Studio partnership with Hodgson Pharmacy. It's been hard to get appointments, but if you're looking to schedule one, you can go to accgov.com/vaccine. Also, you can pop by Canopy Studio this Saturday, April 10th from 1 to 5 p.m. They're going to have the Johnson & Johnson 1-shot doses. No appointment is necessary, and they are highly emphasizing that literally everybody is welcome, of course, as long as you're 16 or older. Fine. Two things. Sorry. Two more. One more is public input for the Atlanta Highway projects is drawing to a close. I want to thank staff for the many in-person events they held, but it's not too late to weigh in online. You can go to accgov.com/Atlanta Highway if you want to weigh in on projects that you'd like to see on the corridor there. Would like to clarify for everyone that the projects that are listed there far exceed the amount of funds currently allocated. So your input is especially helpful for us being able to know what to do now with the money we actually have. And finally, for anyone who lives in the outer regions of District 6, you may have noticed that the Fowler Mill Bridge is closed. I will spare the nitty-gritty details on that, but staff has shared some details on that, and if you would like to learn them, please do not hesitate to reach out and email me at jesse.hool@accgov.com. So about that or any other matter, or to help volunteer at those events, that's jesse.houle@accgov.com. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jesse. Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. And first, just briefly, I'll definitely echo everybody's concerns about having a bigger rollout for vaccinations here in Athens. I also was able to get my first shot, but had to drive out to Oglethorpe County, where I was pretty impressed with their rollout, and also impressed by how many people I recognized were Athens residents who were there. So I would like us, to be able to explore and keep working, try to get the state's cooperation for us to have larger mass vaccination events and sites here in Athens. I'll also, for District 5, I have a District 5 Town Hall coming up on Wednesday, April 28th at 6 p.m. And we'll be covering the FY22 budget, the budget process, and then talking about budget priorities and getting input from residents about what their priorities would be. That is a virtual town hall that you can watch streaming online, but you can sign up to be part of it at timdensonforathens.com. And the last thing that I'll bring up also goes to our state legislative session that just ended, that I agree with Commissioner Hool was a disappointing session for many reasons. And one of the biggest ones I think most folks know was the passage of SB 202 that basically is making it more difficult for people to vote. This bill is trying to repackage voter suppression tactics as solutions to problems that don't exist. And I push that those who supported this bill are carrying on those Jim Crow traditions of voter suppression passed on by George Wallace, Herman Talmadge, Strom Thurmond, and Richard Russell. I think it's important for us to call out what this is and be ready to stand against it. I feel like we need to do whatever we can, and following the suit of what some other cities in Georgia are doing, I will be working on a resolution. Very happy to have any of my fellow commissioners work on this, but work on a resolution that dictates that we create a plan to mitigate the impact on Athens residents of the voting restrictions imposed by this bill. Have a plan in place so that we can actually be taking whatever steps we legally can to make it easier for people to vote in the face of this attack on Athens residents' voting rights. And I believe that is our responsibility. I believe that this body and this community has always stood proudly to try to spread wide and far the ability for people to vote. And I believe this is time for us to even double down on that work and do whatever is possible that might involve us putting extra funding into information efforts and outreach efforts to let people know about what changes in this bill were, and any other steps that we can do to help mitigate these negative effects. So I look forward to us working on that and hopefully voting on that next month. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Denson. Commissioner Wright.
Hey there, thank you. I wanted to thank all the staff that are working through spring break right now, covering the bases for everybody else who is taking so much needed time off. And I think that everybody's still working really hard. When I think about last year, the different kind of hard work we were doing, but we're still at it, still trying to do the best for our community. I wanted to also thank those that planned executive session before our meeting. I'm very happy that we're not going into executive session at this point in time, and that hopefully we can get everything wrapped up and so that people can get done with their evening very shortly here. I wanted to send a thanks to the Oconee Rivers Greenway Commission because I have learned that they installed a bench at Bid-Burton Park in memory of Jerry Neesmith. And it's a very active bench, I hear, so that when you're preparing for your little river access and launch, you can sit on this bench and tend to what you need to do. And they also have another bench planned in District 4. I'm very honored about that, where Easley Mills is, which I guess some of us think of as across from the previous O'Malley's, in that more peaceful realm. And so that'll be another memorial bench for Jerry Neesmith. So more of a passive, tranquil memorial bench versus the active one for the river access on Middle Oconee River from Bid-Burton. But again, I want to thank everybody for all their hard work that they're doing to get the people with the vaccinations in the arms. And I know that our public health department is working really, really hard. And I'm glad that Commissioner Thornton and Commissioner Link are getting some help to them. It took a while to get them to actually tell us what help you need, help us with some of that help. And we've got a long way to go, but we're marching with more each week that's getting done. So I want to thank everybody for all that.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Link.
Yeah, thank you. And Commissioner Denson, I am interested in working with you on a plan to assure voter access in Athens-Clarke County. Our Republican state legislators have really betrayed democracy in allying with seditionists, traitorous, insurrectionist, terrorist sympathizers in crafting a omnibus bill that basically is built on a big lie, a lie that dismantles our democracy. So I would like to work on that project. I also want to point out that in tonight's agenda, we approved some pedestrian safety projects. One was in the consent agenda, which did not get discussed, but we approved a crosswalk across Rock Springs Street, which connects Clark Central High School and a very dense, very vibrant neighborhood that includes a public housing community. And it's just shocking that it's taken this long to get a crosswalk across that very busy road that is something of a speedway because it's a straight shot with hills. It's been repaved and got some bike lanes and traffic is a lot calmer on it now. I've driven down it several times and it just feels calmer. Driving it, you don't want to put the pedal to the metal. And I feel that crosswalk will certainly possibly save lives. And the College Avenue closure is greatly increasing pedestrian safety downtown. Every time a car doesn't have to turn is a time it's less likely to conflict with a pedestrian. This hits home to me. Last night, my mother was hit by a car in Chattanooga, Tennessee, literally 2 blocks from her home. She's in ICU. I wasn't sure how bad it was. I left this meeting for a while to get an update, and she is lucid and somewhat conversational and moving her arms and legs, and it looks like she will recover, and it's not nearly as bad as it could be. And I somewhat credit that with the fact that the commercial corridor from which the car that hit her was turning left onto a neighborhood street just 3 or 4 years ago got a traffic calming treatment. It was a 4-lane commercial corridor approaching a downtown area, and it was converted to 2 and 3 lanes with bike lanes and painted medians. And I'm certain that car, if it had been going any faster, things would have been much, much worse. So I just want to reiterate this community's commitment to traffic calming. We talk about bike lanes and sidewalks, but the slower we can make those cars, the way less likely it is that someone is going to end up in a fatal situation if they are struck by a car, and particularly in neighborhoods where people live and corridors where people live. we've got to do everything in our power to slow the traffic. And, you know, if that means lowering speed limits, if that means reducing speed limits to 15 miles an hour in neighborhoods, I know we don't have the manpower on our police force or even the legal authority, quite frankly, thanks to the state of Georgia. Our police officers don't have the legal authority to run radar and ticket in most of our neighborhoods. But I urge this community to do everything in its power to calm traffic, particularly in our dense urban communities and in neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Parker.
Thank you. Really quickly, I want to give thanks to Assistant Attorney Michael Petty for his service to the Athens-Clarke County government. Very sad to lose you, bud, but Roswell is gonna rock with you at their service, and I want to send you off with best well wishes. I also, with regards to some of the vaccine outreach efforts other commissioners have discussed as part of their remarks at the end of this meeting, invite people to reach out if they are interested in getting involved in a grassroots outreach project that leverages some of the electoral organizing tools that have delivered many elections in recent months here in Georgia, particularly in Athens, to sort of reach out to people who need information about the vaccine. I read a statistic today that says there's about 7 million people in the United States who say they don't plan on getting the vaccine because they don't know it's free. And so getting folks the information they need and lowering some of those barriers to access around getting their appointments, getting rides, I would love help with. So please reach out to me if you're interested in efforts of that sort. And that's it. Good night.
Thank you, Commissioner. And last but not least, Commissioner Davenport. I think you're muted, Commissioner.
Thank Patty and McDuffie Stevens for their hard work. Congratulations, Stephanie Maddox, on getting married. Center Creek Water Facility is an award-winning facility, even though we didn't win, but thank everyone for voting. Thank Joe Scarborough and Dr. Easton for serving on the board of commission. Congratulations, ADVA. I would like to participate in Commissioner Hull's block party because I like music and ice cream. And people, please, residents, please sign up for the citizen boards. I'm actually having a one-time hall at the end of the month as well. And please, state delegates, talk to us. It's all, the first step in understanding our needs is to communicate with us. I would love to take one of you guys out individually. If I have to Hilltop Grill, have a beer, let's talk. Talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, y'all, it's dinner time now. Please have a good one. Be safe. Rest well. See you next week.
Congrats, Stephanie.